So now after lunch, we went for lunch, and then in the afternoon, we came to the fourth topic, drivers of food systems transformation, where we had Mr. Henry Kinyua representing Nasi Laibone, member of Council of Economic Advisors of the Office of the President. So we had 5 presenters, again 4 presenters, 2 online, and they all came. And we ended the day with the concluding remarks with Mr. Negwa, the acting Agriculture Research Secretary. So what we did after the end of the day, because we were taking note of the presentations the day, we did a summary of what was agreed. And that is what now we are going to invite Dr. Karugia to present, because this is what will be presented to the PSS and also the chairman of CECs in the counties, because they are the implementers. So that after that, now we can engage with them, and even the private sector, we have Agatha, and also the World Bank, the people we intend to engage with it, to implement what we was discussed yesterday. So at this moment, I'm going to invite Dr. Karugia, who is the convener of are they that is CGIR or 15, 16 in Kenya. So he's one all the CGIRs who are here, SIP, SIAT, CIMIT, IRI. Dr. Karugia is the one who convinced them, and he has done very good work. So I'm going to invite him to come and present what was agreed yesterday before it is officially presented to the panelists. Welcome, Dr. Karugia.
Thank you very much, Dr. Maina. I think for the record, I'm Joseph Karugia. I work with the International Livestock Research Institute, where I'm a principal scientist and work in a program that works on policies, institutions, and livelihoods. And I lead a team within that group that works on policy and foresight analysis. And as he said, I am the CGIR country convener, which is, as you probably know, with the recent reforms, is trying to make the CG centers to work together, and especially at country level where really the action is, and where CGIR research should have impact. It's in that context that we are all here as CGIR, working with our colleagues in the ministry, in the private sector, civil society, and others, to really discuss and figure out what we do to transform the Kenyan food system. So I will be making a presentation, but it's a summary, because as you recall, yesterday we had very rich discussions that with recommendations spanning a range of issues, but we can synthesize them to a few that we can discuss at high level, but certainly as we move into implementation, we will need to put the finer print, if you like. As I was listening yesterday, I got a couple of some nuggets of wisdom that I would like to share with you before I present the summary of the recommendations. And I will rephrase them because I can't put them as well as the speakers did. One of them was from the PS, Mr. Hasama, Kelo Hasama, and he said, I'm paraphrasing, crops, livestock do not need rain. They need water, right? So we should be talking about rain. We should be talking about water for our agricultural production. Another one had to do with the following: spend not all your energy fighting the old, but building the new. I'm not going to elaborate on that. I think the other one is the cost of inaction in de-risking agriculture or the food supply chains is the large expense we incur for relief programs. So in other words, de-risking agriculture is not just a profit issue for the private sector, it's also a public good that we have to worry about. And the last one is maybe a bit, development of new policies and strategies must be informed by rigorous assessment or evaluations of the existing or past policies and strategies that we want, the policies we want to change, the new strategies that we want to develop. And for us, for example, the agriculture sector transformation and growth strategy, the 5-year investment plan has come to an end, or is coming to an end, isn't it? Have we assessed what we have done in the last 5 years to inform what we do in the next 5 years? And now I can go to the summary. And if you can move to the next slide, please. Oh. Just to remind ourselves about the food system framework. I think we had definitions and elaborations yesterday. It may not be very clear from where you are, but let's remind ourselves of the 3 core components: the supply chain, right, all the way from inputs to farm production, processing, transportation, all the way to consumption, the food environment. And there we are talking about what the markets, the way the consumers are connected to markets, where people actually obtain the food, and the consumer behavior, which is about consumer choice and what informs their choices. Those core components interact with the external drivers, external to the system, right, to produce results. So, and of course, the results influence. There's a loop, a feedback loop that influences then the system again. And what we did was to organize the recommendations along the results. And there are 5 results: nutrition and health, productivity, sustainability, resilience, and inclusion. And as I was thinking about this is important, because whatever we do, our focus must be on results. We start what we do with the end in mind. If we're not getting results, it doesn't matter how many activities, how many things we do. We could be very busy doing things and actually achieving nothing. All right. I think the other thing that I would like to highlight, this framework also reminds, especially those of us who work in the ministries of agriculture, livestock, and counties, that if we are going to achieve food system transformation, we are important, but we are not the only. important actor. And if we don't work with the other sector ministries, health, infrastructure, and so on, we are not going to go far. And we have to figure out how to do that in a way that we deliver on our mandate, they deliver on their mandates, but we are all focusing on the results that we have to achieve. Everybody doing their part in a coordinated way and in a way that is intentional in getting the results. So here are the summarized recommendations. We have a few cross-cutting ones that they cut across the different resorts and touch on how we work. The first one is being selective and in designing development projects and have a stronger focus on strengthening national institutions. We don't want an agricultural and food supply system, for example, or food system that does not pay attention to the resources that we have as a country, human, financial, and otherwise. An example is the heavy dependence on development spending that is from external sources, because that does influence the way we set our priorities and not necessarily the priorities that would otherwise deliver what we need as a country. We need to encourage a stronger focus on coherent policy design and effective implementation. I think there were several references to incoherence in how we are trying to implement our food safety policy, how we address food safety in the country. We're given examples of 13 agencies, and we can't quite get them to work together. There's duplication and so on. And of course, implementation. You heard that, some countries, we develop strategies and policies, and some countries take them and implement them. Ours, we put on the shelves. Harnessing the power of knowledge by strengthening the science policy interface. I think that was brought out very clearly by the private sector, especially, but also by others. Okay, and how do we do this in a continuous basis? We need to improve availability and access to data and tools for more informed decision-making. Issues of we can't design insurance products because we don't have the data to inform the design of such projects. I think one of them, which you would think is an obvious data point, is yield. Yield is important, but it's important for almost everything we do. If we're offering subsidies, if we are providing designing programs and we don't know whether yields are going up or going down, then we have a problem. And if that is attributable to data, then that's a serious problem. And of course, enhancing the sharing of data so that the researchers, for example, can use the data to do the evaluations that we are talking about and inform decision-making. And of course, especially with the devolution, the issue was brought up that data collection in the agricultural sector has faced some challenges. The disconnect needs to be removed by empowering counties to collect the data, to manage it. And of course, there are innovative digital collection tools and innovations that we could bring to bear. So along the results we talked about, health and nutrition, we have the recommendations coming out of our discussions yesterday point to the need to invest more in nutrition education and create smart regulation for food safety without overburdening businesses. We were told that the poor diets, the poor nutrition outcomes are the result of poverty in our country. So we have to focus on poverty reduction measures, invest in early education to promote behavior change. We have to change our diets. An example was given where people are not consuming nuts and pulses, not because they're expensive, but because of their preferences. Support public-private sector partnerships in health and nutrition. I think there are examples of co-regulation, self-regulation, for example, around food safety issues, that the private sector is not necessarily interested in just profits. They are partners in enhancing food safety, for example. I mean, and if you think about the long-term horizon of what that would do, they would have an interest in maintaining offering safe food, because that's also good for business. And of course, investing in food safety surveillance and inspectorate services, and being intentional, prioritize what are the pain points and what do we need to do. We talked about the results of productivity enhancing recommendations, playing a supporting role for the private sector to accelerate the transformation of input markets, food processing, and service sectors, and mechanization. And there are a number of things we can do. Budget allocation to agriculture, I think we already alluded to that earlier. It must be extended to bring the private sector into the sector, because the public sector cannot really be the agent that transforms the sector if the private sector is not on board, right? So the things we do, the public investments, need to be focusing on how to bring the private sector into the sector, and then get out of farm production to processing services and so on. And that is also going to contribute to creation of jobs. Foster mechanization, improve property rights, and integrate formal and informal seed systems. And we had some suggestions on how to do that. To address resilience, we need to develop policies to foster agricultural diversification and de-risking, of course, using credit and insurance. So diversification at farm level, we talked about kitchen gardens and so on, diversification of crops away from maize. We even talked about demazing, and of course, landscapes. Promote diversification of diets and focus on domestically grown crops and livestock to reduce imports. And that's also good for diet quality and increasing the incomes of domestic producers. Provide an enabling environment for the private sector provision of insurance services. And this is achieved, especially if we think about bundling, for example, credit with insurance, but also, of course, climate smart technologies, including drought resistant or drought tolerant varieties. Inclusion is about youth, women, and the marginalized, the small scale producers, and so on. So invest in capacity building for youth, for producers, for women along the value chain, and setting up clear contract enforcement mechanisms that protect small farmers. food production and indeed food system actors in this country, small scale. We have women. We need to bring in the youth, and we have to invest in their capacity. So provide better access to credit, extension, and training as key factors for broadening access to food system activities. Create and improve structures of support for youth in agribusiness. We need to tap in their knowledge in this digital age, but I might add their energy. They have lots of energy that we have to direct into the food system. Support youth engagement in the policy-making process. We can't continue making policies on their behalf. They have to be at the table to really tell us what are the constraints, how can they be addressed? And investing in training and production, harvesting, post-harvest management. And we have to address this issue of illegal cartels, brokers that really get between the system actors and really raise transaction costs unnecessarily. Strengthen the role of women in food systems by addressing the very well-known challenges: low land ownership, minimal participation in decision-making, and food system governance. And on sustainability, we talked about climate-proofing production systems through climate-smart practices and insurance, supporting climate-smart technologies, rainwater harvesting, soil and water conservation, and so on, and using digital mechanisms to verify the quality of inputs, seeds, fertilizers, and provision of services, for example, mechanization services. So we need to invest in other sectors, not just in agriculture, but I mean, we need to invest in agriculture for sustainability, but in other sectors as well. And, you know, transportation, ensuring that food can move from the Rift Valley, Nyandarua, to the places. I mean, this paradox where in Kenya, sometimes we have places that people cannot access food in other parts of the country. We are talking about, we have nowhere to take our food. Even as recent as 2-3 months ago, when the government announced that there's going to be importation of grain, the farmers in the Rift Valley were complaining, don't import maize because we have a lot of maize. But that's at a time when about 4 million people in the country could not access food. I think that's what we have for you, and we welcome the next discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Karugia. So we are going to the next session, which is panel discussion. Panel discussion on the implementation of recommendations. And the moderator for this session is Joyce Maru of International Potato Center, one of the members of the CGIAR. She was with us yesterday. So welcome, Joyce. You moderate this next session.
Thank you, Dr. Maina, and thanks, Dr. Karugia, for that well summarized recommendations. I think now we need to discuss how we implement them, and we will do this with a panel. And I will invite my panelists to the front to please come forward. So we are still waiting for our PS for livestock, because I don't think we featured a lot of livestock. So when he comes, I think we'll still be able to engage him in some of these things, and then he'll give us some closing remarks. But we have, in place of PS for crop development, we have Richard Ndegwa, who is the acting Agricultural Research Secretary. Richard, please come forward. You can take a seat. I just wonder whether there is any representation of PS for economic planning and national treasury. James Mahati, anybody? We'll leave that for PS later. I think we need to ask about money. That's very important. We wouldn't ignore that. And then we have Kiplimo Arap Lagat, the chairperson of CMs. All the way from Nandi County. We appreciate your coming. And we have Agatha Thuo, who is the general manager, ASNET. Agatha, I think I saw her. Yeah, she's around. And I'll still invite Dr. Kiringai, the CEC Muranga, to still come forward. It's not an ambush. We prepared him since yesterday. So today you not get away with anything. All right. So thank you, panelists, and welcome. So I will start by giving each one of you 2 minutes to react to what Dr. Karugia presented in terms of recommendations. Did you agree with them? Is there something missing? Are they solid? And then we can proceed. So Agatha, you can start us off, please. We need the roving mic. I think it works better.
Thank you, Joyce. Good morning, everyone. My name is Agatha Thuo, and like Joyce said, okay, my name is Agatha Thuo, and like Joyce rightly said, I'm the general manager for the Agriculture Sector Network. ASNET is the umbrella body for private sector in Kenya. I think it's a good thing because I have worked both in the public sector and also now in the private sector. And for a very long time, we've not had an umbrella body for private sector whose membership is drawn from associations in the agriculture sector, financial institutions, and also SMEs in the sector. I want to react briefly to the recommendations that have been made on the way forward. And first of all, I agree with them. I agree with them, but I would also want to give some bit of input. For example, on the cross-cutting issues, I really want to agree on the need for more coherence in the policy development process, especially so because the private sector is really in need of an enabling business environment. Very important that we have coherence. We've had cases, for example, in the very recent past of policies that affect both the counties and the national government and the farmers. Let me just give an example, for example, of the Water Resource Regulations 2021 that affect both the consumers of water, but also farmers that are doing irrigation and have greatly increased the cost of the water that is extracted from the ground. And this has greatly, if implemented, because we are still challenging that decision, is greatly going to affect the competitiveness of the agriculture value chains in this country. So coherence is very important because the Ministry of Agriculture, Water, and the other ministries must work together, again, together with the private sector in the policy development process. I should have mentioned that before I joined the private sector, I was a CEC in charge of agriculture, and I'm very happy that I'm joined today by chairman of the CEC's caucus. Waziri, I was secretary to the CEC's caucus during the first governments, and I was also therefore a member of the Joint Agriculture Secretariat. I would have wanted to see something about intergovernmental institutions. How do we manage that? And I'm saying this in all honesty because having been a CEC, I think we have seen that literally like every 5 years we have changes in government. And agriculture is a devolved function. So that means every 5 years we have new leadership that must understand devolution, that must understand what are the delineated functions for the county governments. What are the functions for the county governments? How should the county government and the national government work together? And I think it's very important that we strengthen these institutions, especially because agriculture is devolved. So I'll stop there, Joyce, and I hope I'll get more time since you give me only 2 minutes. Thank you.
Definitely. Thank you so much for bringing up the idea of coherence and how we loop in the intergovernmental institution. And I think the 2 points also speak to each other. Thank you so much. We'll come back to that shortly. So Waziri, please go ahead.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Joyce, and good evening. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm privileged to probably make this remarks based on presentations of which probably I was not there yesterday, but I've gone through all the recommendations that were made, and I think in representing the devolved units of government in Kenya, my name is Kiplimo Lagat, the CEC member and the chair of the caucus of agriculture CECs. And I would say that just in line with what Agatha has just mentioned is that looking at the cross-cutting recommendations, I would want to just enlighten us a bit that we need to relook, especially the research community, relook at how the policy landscape is changing in Kenya. The crisis we have today, I strongly believe, is largely made because of policy failure. And you cannot have a market failure ahead of policy failure or government failure for that matter. It starts with the policy failure. We are all in agreement that globally we need to focus on building resilient and sustainable food systems for our countries. But what do we learn from those countries that have progressed? They have actually settled the matter of issues of food security. We shouldn't be talking of food security all these years we've been doing research and developing policy, but we seem not to be having a learning curve. There's a breakdown of our learning curve. Do we have a continuous learning curve? In Kenya, we are operating currently under a devolved system. We are now 10 years old. So we need to account for the learning curve for the last 10 years. What has happened in this devolved system in terms of policy, cooperation between the national and county government? So I would want to really see a very strong recommendation on how the two levels of government are cooperating on a concurrent function. With a devolved system, all of us, probably if you're not aware, is that during devolution, there are certain functions in the Schedule 4 of the Constitution that were devolved, certain functions were retained at the national level, and certain functions were actually provided for as a concurrent function. Concurrent in the sense that both levels of government will continue undertaking the same function for the purpose of the national agenda. And one of it is agriculture. The action of implementation of agricultural projects, programs, and literally key policy issues, as much as they are still retained at the national, where the action takes place is at the county level and even at the lowest level. And agriculture is an economic process. It's not a public good process as such. I would tell you this in perspective of what's happening at the county now. When devolution took place, agriculture was devolved. The entire human resource of agriculture was devolved to counties. As to what happened in the development and the progress of establishing strong linkages between the national and counties, and I think Agatha will tell you that there was a lot of fist fighting in the first term of devolution because nobody knew where their role was. Some colleagues at the national level would still want to retain some roles because it's always sweet to undertake some role. While some counties, counties of course knew or felt that that was their role. So there was a lot of fist fighting. But I think for the second phase term of devolution, through the establishment of the framework to coordinate, we have actually ensured that there is a fairly good relationship in coordination mechanism through the CHASCOM, and now at the county level, we have even further established now the CASCOMs. We're still making a lot of progress in there. But the challenge we still have, and I think I would be very frank, because we have our partners here, especially the largely research community, and as we research on policy, the partners still find it easy to go to Kilimo and end at that point. They don't want to come to the counties, right? They don't want to create even structures. We have told them we have a CASCOM, and if you are implementing a project, you must coordinate at the county level. Don't coordinate at the national level. But for them, they want to be very comfortable at the national level. So it's convenience rather than, and it's all of us, even at the county level, probably sometimes, and all of us who did the rural development in school, we have what we call roadside bias. So we are having an international community. Somebody comes from Washington, DC. He arrives and he wants to end his journey at Kilimo. He doesn't want to come to Nandi and go to a very rural place called Maraba, which it might cost you a whole day to reach to the last point of the farmer. So we have that biasness, but we need to appreciate that there's a devolved system. The policy landscape has changed. How do we ensure that this works? I'll still probably elaborate more on some of the recommendations we are putting forth now as devolved units to our partners at the international level and even our colleagues at the national on the best way we can actually collaborate, because it's only the wearer of the shoe that know where it pinches. Thank you.
So thank you for highlighting that, the changing landscape in policy and how we are responding to that in terms of action is happening on the ground. But there's also a lot of policy at national level, but where are we plugging in and how we are plugging in? I think we'll come to that later and open it up in terms of what then. Thank you so much. Over to you, Richard.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm glad to be here. I think I was here the whole day yesterday. Once again, my name is Richard Ndegwa, for those who are not here yesterday. This is my third day, I think, as the acting secretary for research and innovations in the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development. I want to say right from the onset that some of the comments that I'll be making, I'm sitting in this panel on behalf of the PS, but in the public service, sometimes you don't make policy statements on behalf of policymakers. Therefore, some of the comments that I'll make will be more of my personal opinions and probably not the opinion of the peers. But let me say that what has been highlighted by Dr. Karugia, I totally agree and commend the team that worked on the summary. These are issues that came out yesterday, particularly the very informative presentations that were made by the various presenters. One of the things that probably I would want to add onto what I happen also to have the benefit of having worked with the panelists here because of the program that I've been coordinating. We also worked with Agatha, I think even before I went to ASDSP, and they are good people. But they always feel that the national government has been shortchanging the county government. Sometimes I agree that there are certain things that need to be done. What is important also is, I think the whole debate about policies, it is something that we need to relook at. Because where I was in ASDSP2, we have tried to assist counties to domesticate policies that have been developed at the national level. And recently, we were reviewing that and we realized that probably only 25% of the work of domestication of policies have been done so far. So there is still a lot that needs to be done. We have new policies. We have the ASTGS. I feel that a lot also needs to be done in regard to sensitizing stakeholders on what the ASTGS is all about, because it's a blueprint for the agriculture sector transformation. As I mentioned yesterday, we have also tried to establish structures that will help us in the coordination, particularly intergovernmental coordination. I think now we have structures right at the county level. We have intergovernmental structures, even the regional economic blocks. They have not been very, very active, but I believe that if we have to make a difference in terms of food systems, then we also need to look at the economic blocks that bring various counties together. Because all these counties have what we call comparative advantage. When you go to the North Rift, for example, maize is a major value chain in that area. But we need also to bring on board, is it called NOREB? NOREB. We need to bring them on board so that we also see what kind of policies do we also need to develop that can also help us in improving, particularly market access of the various commodities that are produced in the various areas. Let me stop there for now because I think we have many issues that have been well captured. And this is probably the agenda that we need to discuss and agree. What is it that we need to do to develop sustainable food systems in this country? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Richard. So you brought up an important point about the regional economic blocks in terms of the policies that speak to that, but also the market linkages. And I think that will build up into what Dr. Kiringai will talk about, because I know he's leading one of that block. So please come on board.
Yes.
Expand on that.
So thank you very much.
Yes.
And for those who do not know me, my name is Kiringai Wakamau. I'm the CEC for Muranga. I also happen to lead the Global Open Data for Agriculture and Nutrition, an initiative that looks at how data is used to advise policy decisions. And more so, how do you create frameworks for sharing that data? I would like to leave more of the county engagement because, as you heard, Agatha has been in the county. We have the CEC chair for caucus, for the agriculture caucus. So I will not dwell much on what we are doing at the county level, but looking at what has advised the practice of agriculture since the Constitution of 2010, when after that the new government, the devolved government's units came to being formed. I must say that in capturing what was discussed yesterday from a food systems dimension, my friend Dr. Karugia captured that very well. What we must ask ourselves though is, did we capture the role of the youth and the institutional framework that comes in to advise how we engage with them so that they can provide what, when Richard summarized, he said extension has suffered a lot under the Schedule 4 of the Constitution and how it devolved people and then in their agriculture. And then the county government came and promoted them from their extension work, and they became executive without creating a similar framework. How do we now create a more refined framework that we can use for data sourcing to advise research upstream? And given that this is a research initiative that we are discussing here, do we have in our thinking a more cost-effective way of capturing how our extension mechanism, which we will agree, particularly those of us who are in the county, that it is highly absent. Those who are at the national level used to receive data very much from the extension officers who became now the executive. When I was when I visited Agatha, I was an advisor for the CS, responsible for agricultural transformation, and that time she was acting the CEC. Actually, I met her before she actually became the CEC as an officer of the ministry, and she was a very good extension person. Then I met her again when she was Namweshimiwa, and the transformation was visible. Now she's in the private sector. So you can actually see the transformation. And we have that as a sequence of change that we actually see. One of the expectations that we now have is agriculture is not funded as much as it should. So for that reason, so many things are lacking. Is there a mechanism that we can now envisage as a recommendation that we can give on how we fund agriculture to advise or to help and facilitate data collection for research? Maybe that is something that needs to have come clearly, but Professor Kangede said it very clearly. We have very siloed engagement of the various initiatives that we have in the government, and maybe that is one of the things that will actually emerge as a way forward that I will hopefully contribute more from a Gordon dimension and seeing how do we support that thinking so that we can, as a team that is working here, support the work that the Directorate of Research and Innovation is doing. We will work with the brand new research secretary as much as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, my panelists. I think the issue of coherence for policy and taking note of the changing landscape in terms of our devolved government, national versus county, local, and where the action is, I think that has come out a lot. And also the coordination, how is that being coordinated? How are we speaking to each other? And also the issue of data for evidence and how we collect data, who collects data, how we also use that data for our benefit is very important and to inform policy, and the issue of youth as well. So I will come back to Kiplimo and follow up on a comment you made about the research. And maybe would like to hear from you in terms of how the research community can respond better to this kind of arrangement or the changing landscape in terms of Kenya to ensure that we are responding to demand.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Agatha and Joyce.
Yeah.
And quickly, if we just remind ourselves about this landscape on how really the actors now behave in response to that. And I'm happy to really say that this particular conference is very timely. Why? Is because you particularly trying to look at now the key policy agenda of the president, the bottom up. And I think Karugia and the ministry, I must thank you for this. I was part of the team, economic team that developed the plan. And if you look at it very keenly, they are trying to respond really to fill the gaps that exist. In counties now, we have a challenge. As I mentioned, with devolution, the resource personnel, I remember when I looked at for the last 10 years now, I have over 170 extension team that has retired. We are now trying to fill that gap. But when the devolution came in, governors, of course, are now being rated based on brick and mortar. So what would a governor do? And of course, we have a lot of unemployment issues also in the local area. So if a governor is not keen, of course, he'll want to look at what am I being rated in by my voters. And most governors would be rated on the first thing, of course, devolved function. You have health, you have agriculture, you have education, the ECD units. So a governor would actually want to say, okay, am I delivering better in health? Am I delivering better probably in education, ECD? By the time he reaches agriculture, it's too late. You've lost a critical mass of staff to be developed. Raising even an impress to take a staff maybe for a training is now a big issue. You can't develop that team. So you have a huge gap of extensionists in agriculture sector at the bottom there. That is where action is supposed to be taking place. So I'll ask the policy makers, even the research, how much are we doing to inform that? The bottom-up model is actually trying to look at that very keenly. And I think they have now changed their approach to resource-based management. And the day before yesterday, I had a meeting with my management team, all the directors and the chief officers. And we were trying to respond to the request by the presidential team, the economic transformation team, on extension ratios that we have. And in one of the wards I discovered, I have one extension officer against 11,000 hectares space. So can you imagine the ratio or the access by that farmer to this extension service? It's impossible. And we are trying to look at that gap now. How can we fill? Because we are saying we want to even support local institutions, producer organizations, the cooperatives, which are now complementing that government service of extension by employing extension officers at that level. Are you able to focus on that so that it's resource-based? You have an extension officer who is able to target its or apply himself or herself to providing a resource for the farm, and they are paid against the resource they have given through the farm. So what happens is that if we can incentivize these institutions in the rural areas, they can even implement better. And the targeting of support is very easy, because if you are targeting, for example, a cooperative of dairy, they know the kind of service they want. They want AI services, they want agronomists, they want livestock production officers, they want veterinary officers. And these officers are assigned to particular farmers. And when the farmer is able to improve on their production and productivity, the extension officer is paid commensurately. We have a model now in Meru where the CEO of a producer organization, the union, the dairy union, is paid 1.6 million as salary. It's even more than what the SRC recommends for the president. I think for the president, it's paid around 1.4 million, right? This is a CEO who has been incentivized to actually mobilize milk. And for every liter he's able to mobilize, his salary is factored in there. So what he does not sleep. He wakes up every morning looking for the new farmer to onboard, looking for somebody to incentivize everybody along the value chain to be able to produce. So we're looking at a model that is working already in a rural setup. So the research community should be able to tell us more of these stories. Are we able to tell the story of what is happening? In Nandi, we are trying to learn also from all those kind of landscapes. So I'm saying, as the landscape changes, we've got to be able to have a continuous learning curve. So that instead of keeping on fighting between sharing of resources between national and county and everyone else, there are models that are already working. We just need to understand them, plug in and play, and things will happen. We'll begin to see the change. Lastly, I would want to say that aligning the president's agenda with our policy, even at the research level, is very key. I mentioned earlier that the crisis we are having today in Kenya about food, if we were all to be very sincere, and I'm happy now we have the research unit coming out strongly in Kilimo, taking its role. But I would still wonder, when the president the other day asked about farmers who have been registered, nobody could give a database of all farmers registered. And I remember 3 years ago, I spoke with the CS of agriculture and I told him, you cannot take away or stop giving subsidies for fertilizer, for example. You'll have a crisis. And today, as I mentioned earlier, is that the crisis we have today is because of policy failure, not because of market failure, because we can all blame the what's happening in Ukraine and Russia, or blame the COVID, or blame anything else. But lack of preparedness. How resilient are our food systems to any other extraneous shocks? You must develop a robust food system that can respond better to anything and remain resilient. One is about food security. I said, for us at the county, as a CEC at the county, I'm not bothered with the national food security because I'm being rated based on other things. I could be rated based on brick and mortar. And you are the national, you have the responsibility of the policy. And I remember clearly, we said in this bottom up, look at the national food security as a national security issue. And it cannot be left for Kilimo alone. It has to be the president on the president's desk. Every week, he has to know, do we have enough food to feed our people? But the policy 3 years ago in Kilimo was that we can as well import food. But look, Ukraine and Russia happened. South Africa, I don't know, we had some time, what do we call in this country, there's a Mexico and all that. You cannot rely, my belief is that you cannot rely on a foreign country on staple foods. You must be self-sustainable or self-sufficient when it comes to staple food. Diversification in the recommendation, it's a yes, and I agree. We need to actually diversify our food table. I mean, the diet on the table. We still eat only, because in Kenya, maize is food and food is maize. Yet we have potato, we have all the other foods that we need to diversify on the table. And I think if we go that direction, we will do it. But I will say this as I close. Counties, the much you can have in food deficit counties is that they'll be struggling about household food security. For a county like mine, where we produce enough maize, surplus maize, I'm not bothered about food security at all. I'm bothered about, because we normally say food on the table and money in the pocket. My priority number one is food, money in the pocket. So if at the national level, you don't have to look, I mean, you have to look at the two counties different. You look at that county that is food deficit and that county that is food surplus. Coordinate at that level, have a policy that ensures that happens. If you don't come and support me to produce enough surplus for you, I'll not be surprised, therefore I'll not be bothered to produce surplus food. In fact, for me, I'm encouraging my farmers to move from maize, use maize to feed cows, because I have more money when I feed the cow, I'll get more milk and I get more money. So I'm not bothered whether the person in Kibera has enough ugali or not. It's not my issue. It's the issue at the national level. So really, the policy landscape in this case is that at the national level, you have somebody who is supposed to come up with a policy that looks at all counties and consider the priorities they have, because each county has got their own priorities. So you've got to ensure that while I have my priorities at the county, I can serve your priorities at the national. And if you don't scale down to reach out to me, I will not be bothered. And I can tell you, North Rift When Kilimo shifted from supporting us with fertilizer, what did we do? We have converted our land now into other cash crops that are well paying, like avocado, like coffee. We are using the same maize now to feed our cows. We are not using the maize to sell to NCBB and the rest because they stopped buying our maize. So what did we do? We stopped also producing maize. It's no longer our priority. We shifted to other priorities. So that is the kind of landscape we are looking at. Can we adapt to this landscape? Advice at Kilimo I would expect is focus on national food security while we focus on household food security and cash flow at that level. Thank you.
Thank you for those remarks. Very insightful, the role of extension. And again, I like your point about linkages. In terms of, I think we can be food sufficient because some counties wasting food, other counties don't have food. But there need to be policies that facilitate those kind of linkages. But how this happens is also always quite complicated. But not to say that we cannot make progress around that. So thank you for that. But I want to also now come to Richard, and I don't know whether you can speak on behalf of anybody, but we keep talking. We know what to do. Like now we had such a big shopping list of recommendations. But unless we get to do, so I want to ask like two questions. The first one is to like give us like in terms of a roadmap, in terms of all these recommendations that we made from this discussion, how can we make sure that action happens beyond these 2 days? That's one. And then number two is, I would like you to comment in terms of the investments that are being done. Because again, it's one thing to make policy, but unless you have actionable strategies and action plans and make a provision for it, investments in terms of money, budgets. And I think these are responsibility for county level in terms of prioritizing agriculture, but also at national level, investing in agriculture. So a comment around what kind of investments are we making or should we make to ensure that really we make some good progress in terms of transforming our food systems.
All right. Thank you, Joyce. And allow me first also to maybe say something in regard to the question that you had asked about research. I think the many years when I worked as a research extension liaison officer, we used to have mechanisms where we would discuss or prioritize the research agenda. And with the coming of counties, with the coming of devolution, I doubt whether those mechanisms are there. But we can also take advantage of structures that have been developed, like what the chair of the CEC caucus has said. We have assisted counties to come up with what is called the County Agriculture Sector Steering Committee. It's called a CASCOM. And the CASCOM, apart from looking at the priorities for the agriculture sector, I believe that we can also use the CASCOMs to be able to identify emerging issues that may need to be addressed through our research system, both by the national research centers and also through the CGIRs. The other thing that I think we also need to look at, extension services, as I said yesterday, cannot be the way they were maybe 20, 30 years ago. And therefore, we may need, particularly the county governments and the national government, to look at innovative ways, particularly digital systems, that can help us in the dissemination of information to farmers. I know we recently launched what is called KIAMIS, the Kenya Integrated Agriculture Information Management System, that is being spearheaded by the Food and Agriculture Organization. I want to believe within KIAMIS, we can develop what we can call a national farmers information system, so that as we develop research products, we ensure that whatever is coming out from research also goes to the farmers. The other thing that I have seen in recent years is that because research in this country is purely depends on development partners. I think we need there were efforts also to develop a research fund, and probably us at the national level as well as our partners. We need to look at that. How can we strengthen the research fund so that we have more resources available, particularly to the national research system, to be able to undertake research in this country? I know Carol, for example, have been struggling to generate income within the institution. But when you do that also, you end up compromising on your main mandate. I saw like Carol is trying to come up with, when we worked in Katumani, we came up with this with the idea of having a seed unit. But a lot of efforts now are going towards making that seed unit commercial. And the question that I ask sometimes is that, how can we now probably link that seed unit more to the private sector, so that the private sector can now come in and produce the seed for wider dissemination to the farmers? Coming to the question that you have asked about the recommendations, I think one of the things that will be important is that the recommendations that we are going to make in this conference, the first thing that we'll do is to share with the policy makers and the decision makers. But I think we also need to develop a mechanism that will help us also to take this dialogue forward. Many times you come up with recommendations, but sometimes they just remain in our reports. And therefore, to me, I'm thinking that we may need to look at probably having a small team that will further look at the recommendations drawn from the national government, with representation also from the county governments. The Council of Governors also, I think they can also be brought on board. We need to bring the private sector on board. We need to bring on board the national research representation and also the representation of the CGIAR. As I said,
Are we muted? You can proceed on that one.
Okay.
As we sort out.
so for us to be able to develop sustainable food systems, it is a concerted effort. It is not just the role of government. It's not just the role of research. It is not just the role of CGIAR. All stakeholders need to come on board. And therefore, one of the mechanisms, whatever team we put together, it needs wide representation, including the non-government organizations, because they also have a role to play, particularly in providing extension services. Coming to investments, there are a
Sorry,
number
before
of,
you proceed, who can be the convener for that kind of group?
I would suggest that we start with the team that was working on convening this conference. Then I think that smaller team can be able to look at who else can be brought on board. One of the things that I think the bottom-up economic transformation plan is looking at is how can we invest more in the agriculture sector. I think there is a recognition that agriculture is one of the key sectors that is going to make immense contribution towards the transformation of our economy. And I know there is as our PS said yesterday, depending on rain-fed agriculture is not going to help us because of climate change. And I know there's already a plan within government to be able to harvest water. I think there's a plan to put up mega dams in various regions of this country. If I can recall, I think the plan is to have about 100 dams being constructed, probably within the first 5 years of our government. The other thing that I know is we're looking at investments in terms of input supply, subsidized input supply to the producers. I think you all know that currently, and what I like about the whole plan is that we are now doing what is called targeted subsidy. For example, during the long range season, the government through the Kenya National Trade Corporation has brought in 6 million bags of fertilizer. But these are been for the long range, the 6 million bags are being distributed to the farmers who are recently registered in the food basket areas. And that is ongoing. And we believe that with that kind of support to our farmers, we are going to see increased production and therefore the cost of food will come down within a short time. The cost of food does not come down by going to the streets. There must be concerted efforts and putting in place mechanisms that will be able to help us increase our production. But I also want to add my voice to issues of investment. One of the things that I think we also need to look at seriously as a government is the whole idea about the early warning systems. I think our weather forecasting in this country, sometimes because of climate change, we are not able to predict very well how the climatic conditions are going to be. And I think we need to invest in early warning systems. Today, decisions are made based on data. We must strive as stakeholders, government and other stakeholders, to invest in data. I think the work that is being done by my colleague here through Gordon, we really need to look at how do we improve on that. Because we have a lot of data. But sometimes how do we access, how do various stakeholders access that data to be able to plan their interventions? The other thing that I believe we need to do is also relook at some of the policies and strategies that we have developed. My concern would be counties are currently developing what are called the county integrated development plans. But how are those informed by the various policies that we have developed over the years? And therefore the cascading of policies that have been developed at the national level, we need to see how do we support county governments to be able to use those policies. And my final remark would be, is a lot of resources that go to counties or within the budget, within the shared revenue, there is money that is meant to go to counties. But we must also develop mechanisms, particularly I wish the PS for National Treasury was here, because you can have money that is budgeted, but for it to make a difference, that money must reach the counties within good time. Like now, counties do not have money. And yet we are in a rainy season when they are supposed to be undertaking their major functions in agriculture. So that is an area that needs to be looked at. And finally, I also want to believe that money that is meant for the agriculture sector, when it gets also to the county level, it must also be ring fenced. Because the CECs here will tell you, sometimes there is a budget that is approved by the county assemblies, but at the end of the financial year, how much of that do they spend in agriculture? And there must also be efforts both at the national level and also at the county government level to meet our obligations. I think we have regional obligations, the Marabo Declaration. We need to strive to get to the 10% that we agreed on as governments to support the agriculture sector. Thank you, Joyce.
In fact, I was just shying off from asking you about those percentages because you don't want to speak on behalf of somebody. But your point on accountability and mechanisms to track how we are spending on agriculture, I think it's very important because that's how it becomes the thing at the bottom, the thing you do as an afterthought. So I like that we need some accountability mechanisms and we track revenues that are being invested in agriculture. And the kind of investments you have highlighted, again, I just wish we can have a percentage commitment, but I do know that the Kenya Kwanza government is really prioritizing agriculture from the president. Everybody's championing that. Great. So I don't know how we are doing for time, but we are still waiting for our PSS downstairs so we can hear from Agatha because this is a bottom-up economic model. You know the words, eh? Bottom-up economic model, but we need to hear about the private sector. Where are they, at the top, at the bottom, or how should we loop them in? How should they come on board, or are they already there, in your opinion? Thank you.
Thank you, Joyce. First of all, I want to agree that there is a lot of need for dialogue. There is a lot of need for multi-stakeholder consultation. And I'm happy that the private sector at the moment is well organized. The private sector has a board of trustees at the very helm. These are investors that are doing a lot of business in this country, have made a lot of investments in this country, and they sure need to speak to what is speaking at the bottom, and hence the need for all of us to speak to one another. Joyce, in this forum, I would also have expected to, I hope they are represented because since the new government came into office, the ministry or the State Department of Agriculture has now been split into various, they've gone to, different departments have gone to different ministries. For example, the Ministry of East African Community ought to be represented here because there is a lot of trade and it actually affects what is happening at the bottom. We also need to have trade because trade is very important to the private sector. And that's why I talked about coherence in policy because right now, in fact, yesterday, a team from the Kenya Association of Manufacturers from ASNET were actually participating in a public participation forum that was taking place in Machakos. That is creating a levy that is going to be imposed on imports. And it's important that this conversation is actually held by all the stakeholders because once that level is done, it's definitely going to affect fertilizers, the cost of fertilizers, the cost of farm machinery and other implements, and hence affect the competitiveness of our agriculture value chains at the bottom. So that's why we've been talking about the need for the stakeholders to get to work together. But who is the private sector? I think that is the question we should be asking ourselves. And this is a segment of the economy that is owned, that is controlled and managed by individuals and enterprises. And therefore, they need to work very closely. And let's face it, the implementers in the agriculture sector is actually the private sector. The government is doing something. but majority of the investment is by the private sector. And that is why the real implementer needs to sit at the table, both at the county and both at the national government. So at the bottom, because this is a bottom-up economy, the private sector needs to be better organized. And this is a challenge that I want to put to the development partners as well and the government, that we need to get to work together to structure engagements with the private sector at the counties. Mr. Kiringai, it's true, we worked with him for a very long time, mentioned about the need for data, access to data by both the county and the national government. But equally important, the private sector needs to access that data as well. And I think we need structures at the grassroots for the private sector to be able to access the data, because the private sector is continually working with the counties. The private sector too needs to dialogue effectively with the counties at the grassroots level. So we would want to see a situation where we work together to actually organize good private sector representation at the counties, at the county level. Allow me, Joyce, to mention something about the issue of health. I want now to comment from the recommendations that have been made. There is something about health, about investing more in nutrition, education, and create a smart regulation for food safety without overburdening businesses. This is very important. Businesses don't need to be overburdened. But the current food safety policy speaks strongly about increased role of the private sector in food safety. The policy talks about private sector as recognized food business operators. Who works with the private sector? And this is the question I have for the floor. Who supports the private sector to be able to understand what is the specific roles that they are supposed to play? For example, we need to support the private sectors to understand what are the risks in food safety, what is it that they need to do, and their investments to be done. And I think we need to work together to support the associations, to support the associations, to support every stakeholder in the private sector to be able to understand the critical role that they need to play as food business operators. Then there was the support, that is bullet number 3, support public-private sector partnerships in health and nutrition. Yes, and I agree that the private sector is a partner in this area. But the public-private partnership is not very clear. And I think that needs to be made very clear for the private sector to get more engaged, the private sector to understand effectively how do they partner with the public sector in as far as investments are concerned. Now, coming to the issue of productivity, revisiting the issue of budget, it is true that the public sector cannot wholly support, and they are doing a lot already. There is a lot of investment by the public sector, but equally we need to mobilize more private sector resource. Some of our members of ASNET are financial institutions. For example, banks that are agri, they have agri agendas are members of ASNET. But we need also to look at how through policy we can incentivize the private sector better to be able to mobilize more resources than they are currently doing. If I'm not wrong, at the moment, the private sector is only lending 4% to a sector that is contributing 23% to the GDP. I think we need to mobilize more resources from the private sector, vision of better incentives so that our banks, the MFIs, our financial institutions can actually come on board as far as this is concerned. Just to mention what ASNET is doing, we have realized the need to have better and more organized private sector at the county level. And you are working with the county governments. I really want to thank Richard. He's been working very closely with us through the program that he has just exited. He's working very closely with us to identify through the ASDS who are the private sector members that exist in the various counties. And we are creating county ASNET boards so that the boards at that level can actually work more effectively with the CASCOMs. And finally, before I close, Joyce, I think revisiting the issue of policy and enabling business environment, we would want to see a situation where the various institutions that affect the agriculture sector actually dialogue more effectively with the private sector, especially now because we have an organized private sector in this country. I think I would want to see increased dialogue with the Ministry of Trade, increased dialogue. The private sector wants more better organization of farmers, and I'm happy that the government and the bottom-up economic plan has seen it fit to elevate the Ministry of Cooperatives so that, and I hope through the Ministry of Cooperatives, we can organize the producer groups better, because the private sector wants to work with organized groups. I can see there is need for contracts, organizing contracts, and it is important that farmers are organized better so that the private sector can reach them better in terms of capacity strengthening, in terms of producing quality and quantity for uptake by the markets. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Agatha. I think give her a lot of applause because she's really articulated very well that the private sector need to be considered in whatever policy making, business, even implementation, sit at the table and dialogue. And not only to look at them as if they just need, but they can also contribute, especially when it comes to mobilizing investments for agriculture. I really like that. But I am glad to also hear that ASNET is making some headways in terms of trying to push that agenda forward. And hopefully, we get somewhere. It takes time. So thank you so much. I think we are almost summarizing, but I'm also ambushing Dr. Kiringai. He's my friend since yesterday, so he's okay that I can do this, to really just tell us the takeaway recommendations when it comes to resilience, food systems for Kenya. What must we do? Even just 3 things that you think if we did this, then we start to see some change happening in terms of our food system and the issues that we are currently facing of climate change, drought, and so forth.
Thank you very much, Joyce. And allow me first of all to recognize the presence of our PS who has just joined us. Karibu sana, Daktari. So we are excited that we are here now looking at the issues of food systems and properly define. The food systems looks at the people, it looks at the planet, it looks at prosperity. And when you think about what we need to do, then people need to be defined in a way that inclusion is integrated into our perspectives of our planning. And luckily, agriculture is now being supported by all people in institutions, in the private sector, amongst the youth, and in academia. So everybody is actually represented there. But we need to really define how we now create a more organized framework of engaging with them. Everybody says what needs to be done so that we can now address sustainability. And I will say the resilience that we need will anchor on a well-organized food systems framework. Take, for instance, research. And we are happy that this initiative is actually driven by the research institutions and the Department of Research and Innovation in the Ministry of Agriculture. And you look at the directorate that has been created to drive this agenda, you will see that it doesn't actually anchor only on crops and livestock alone. It integrates everything together. It actually also looks at what technologies do you need to bring in place, and collaborative engagement with all the other ministries, health, ICT, trade, and the international development. We actually need to look at our agriculture and the people that we are creating to actually see this sector that we define only for food purposes to also be engaged in the definition of a sustainability dimension of enterprise so that prosperity can be addressed. Now, how do you do that? I will say that let us now identify that when we created agriculture through devolution, policy and capacity building remained at the national level. Extension and support that is associated that should actually bring in data for advising policy planning is domiciled at the grassroots, and there is no framework that links them. So, in my view, if we really want to have more sustainable initiative, we need now to look at what framework can we bring, given that we already have the thinking that has actually been thought through by a research organization. And I like the fact that what Dr. Karugia and Dr. Maina are doing is bringing the government research and the CG research and our own national research institutions into one table. What then requires to be brought is what is the framework that we need to bring on board so that the private sector, the academia, and all the stakeholders, including the farmers, are brought on board, so that they are contributing to the sustainable perspective that we are thinking about. And I would say that at the grassroots, the county governments are already making efforts to create now the CASCON that everybody has actually mentioned here. But the investment requires to be thought through from now a policy dimension that now says that, yes, we will have the research fund that Richard is mentioning, but we also need now to look at what investment. If you actually look at what the private sector is doing, and I like their participation in agriculture, but the farmer is held at the throat by the banks. The interest rates to agriculture is too high. Is it possible that we create a fund that now ensures that we can actually peg lending to agricultural productive engagement through farmer organizations to be borrowing from a totally different entity that is leading to our farmers and productive actions, so that we eliminate banks looking like they are scavenging from the farmer. I will therefore say that my expected outcome or output of this discussion is to create one organization that brings the data agenda. And we actually did with Maina when we, Dr. Maina, when we actually, I was tasked by Dr. Magenya to create the data think tank initiative. And we crafted a 14 working group initiative that is hosted by Dr. Maina, that is looking every week at what is being done on the data agenda and driven by what will actually now be a data sourcing dimension using the integrated food systems operating system. The minute we actually have that system, so that we can have data being harvested, anchored within what Caro and Konza are doing, and we have that data being mined by all private sector, research, and government, and everybody has open data available to them to inquire what they can do in agricultural research. That, in my view, is what we have not been having, and I think we have covered some good ground, and I am very sure we have, Harry is a very good digital thinker and a strategic thinker. I know he will actually be supporting Richard when it comes to that. And we, as the people who are in the various 14 working groups that are working with Dr. Maina, and now we are happy that CG has actually come to support this. And they hosted the Data Think Tank initiative in February when we actually launched the agenda. We will actually be driving the thinking, integrating everyone. We are happy that UCG will actually be part of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I thought you'd clap for him. I think he did such a great job to summarize and share with us some of the game-changing solutions that will really help us to move forward. But for now, we are very flexible with our program, because that's what we do. So I will still ask my panelists to stay where they are. And then I hand over the mic to Dr. Maina for a minute, and I might come back, depending on Dr. Maina, right? Okay, karibu.
Thank you, Joyce. We have just interrupted briefly because we told you the PS livestock, Mr. Harry Kimtai, and confirmed he's coming to close our symposium. So we have just requested him when we met him down there, not just to close, but we had to put him also to listen to the recommendations that we discussed yesterday. So we want to invite Dr. Karugia, not a PowerPoint again, because he has already briefed the PS, to just in summary, brief the PS on what we've agreed. And then Joyce will continue briefly with the panelists, and the PS will also now be welcome to also comment on the recommendations. And then we have also asked when Clemens comes to moderate the next session, maybe the PS also listen a bit before he closes. So welcome, continue. Joyce, welcome. Let's welcome Dr. Karugi. After he finishes, then we'll continue.
Thank you, Dr. Maina, and let me also add my voice to welcoming our PS, Harry Kimtai. Harry is also a member of the URI board, so we have interacted quite a bit in the past. It's going to be a little difficult to summarize a summary, but let me see if I can. I think when we were downstairs, I did mention that we organized the symposium to talk about the components of the food system, the food supply, the environment, and consumer behavior, and how they interact with the external drivers to produce results. So our recommendations are focusing on getting results, and therefore what we need to do in each resort area, if you like, to have transformation in the food system. But we also had some cross questions, and some of them have already been raised by the panelists here. One of the important ones, and in a way, perhaps pointing to having, we have a generic food systems framework. I think we need one for Kenya, right? A contextualized framework that then puts details of what we need to do in each area. One of the things that was very clear yesterday was that we need a coherent policy environment, design policies that are coherent and that are actually implemented. And that also means that we build our own local institutions to develop and implement, including funding our own development projects, and inviting partners to join us in what we agreed is best for delivering food systems transformation in Kenya. I think another point is harnessing all the research capability that we have in the country from our local institutions, from our partners, from international institutions, from the private sector, and figuring out how to ensure that there is interaction with the policy-making community and decision makers to really exchange on how science and or ensuring that science informs decision making in the way it should. We have a lot of resources that we're not using optimally. And then the question of data, which is also cross-cutting. Improved digitalization, digital technologies to collect data, manage the data, share the data, analyze the data, and share the results. Then around the health area, health and nutrition, we talked about investing more in nutrition education and creating smart regulation for food safety without overburdening businesses. Businesses are partners, and we can work with them, not policing them, but actually creating solutions around regulation, because they also have interest in it. So investing and also consumer education is important, and investing in early education so that they can change their preferences and promote consumer behavior change. On productivity, it's the public sector playing a supporting role for the private sector to accelerate transformation of input markets, food processing, and service sectors, as well as mechanization efforts. Again, looking at the private sector as the driver, but the public sector investing in those areas that support the private sector to do the business that they are good at. On resilience, it's mostly around policies to foster diversification at household level or at farm level, different crops, different agricultural products and landscapes, because that's good for a resilient, stable and healthier food system. Promoting diversification of diets, and especially with a higher content of domestic products to reduce imports. That's good for diet quality and incomes of domestic producers. And on inclusion, we talked about investing in the capacity of the youth, of the women, and the smallholders, so that they can engage in the food systems more and actually benefit from it. And finally, on sustainability, it's this issue that was raised yesterday very strongly by the PS Crop Development, Mr. Hasama, climate-proving production systems, promoting climate smart practices, promoting insurance, and also rainwater harvesting, soil and water conservation technologies, and using digital mechanisms to ensure that farmers get quality seeds, or they can verify the quality of input seeds, fertilizers, and so on. So thank you very much. I hope I have captured everything. Thank you.
Have you ever typed a document and then lost it? And then you have to type it again. It's so boring, but you did that so well. Thank you, Dr. Karugia. So PS Harry, those were the recommendations from the discussions, but we also had a panel discussion. And these panelists, they were so good. They said that your government is committed to continue investing in agriculture, a certain percentage, both at county level, national level, but also having some accountability mechanisms in terms of how are we making sure that there's some investment going into agriculture. So not agriculture doesn't become the 5th, 6th, 7th on the list of priorities. So we hold people accountable from the budgets, but also making sure that the budgets are available on time at the county level, because that's where the action is happening. We've also appreciated the need for more coherence in terms of policy making, because now we have the devolved government, the devolved arrangement, we have county, then we have national level. How is the policy shaping speaking to each other, because a lot of action downstream, but also a lot happening at national level. So that kind of collaboration and coordination, we have also recognized that's very, very important. And the other issues have been mentioned around the data, very, very important. And also the research community has been challenged to respond to the issues that are pertinent for Kenya to respond to the demand. So therefore, there is need for all the players to continue sitting together and speaking on an ongoing basis to come up with solutions as we continue to tackle different issues. So that's the summary, but we have a big document that will be shared later. So we can invite you to the table, please, to join our panelists, because we'd like to hear from you just for 5 minutes. Yeah. You know them, or should I introduce them? Yeah. Are they all familiar, or should I introduce them again? They are all familiar. That's great. So first of all, I only want to ask just 2 questions. Because first of all, livestock, well, we mentioned a bit, but we also know that you're in the board of IRRI, and the livestock agenda. You're also the PS for livestock. So, and we also know that livestock is one of the areas that has been most affected by drought. So maybe I would like you to respond a bit in terms of what we are doing to make sure that the livestock systems are becoming resilient to the ongoing crisis. That's just as a by the way, and then I'll come to the next question. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I'm surprised that you did not talk about livestock extensively, but you mentioned it. That scares me a little bit, because when you're with a scientist, academia, and policymakers here, it should be balanced. And livestock plays a critical role in our economy. We all know that. In the sense that, first of all, our country, 83 or 85% of our land mass is arid and semi-arid, which is a suitable agricultural practice that is in those areas. Definitely, it is livestock. And therefore, it is important for us to focus on the 83 or 85% of our land mass to see that we make use of it in the sense that it's able to support our economy and support our food systems. Of course, recently we've had challenges because of the climate change. We've had a prolonged drought, which has really devastated livestock subsector in the sense that we lost so much of our livestock. But I think, why did it happen? If you ask me, lesson learned out of that is like, we did not prepare. We need to prepare in a manner that we're all aware that this climate change now, droughts the cycle is not taking 5 years or the 10 years that it used to be as we are growing up. Now the cycle has changed. It is now a reduced cycle of about 2 years, and it went back going to 1 year. We're just being told by the meteorological department that the rains will not be very sufficient, and therefore that scares us. So what we need to do now is plan. And what have we done? I think we also want to use innovation and technology in this sector. Somebody will ask, do you need ICT in livestock? We say yes, because we have to come up with the new products like livestock insurance to support and reduce losses where we have what's called the early warning signs to the pastoralists and also the private sector to come into that space and sell what's called the livestock insurance products that will be able to mitigate against the risk of drought. So we are in that space, and we are doing that very well, in the sense that we're using what's called the vegetative index, livestock-based insurance, where we use the satellite imaging to beam and see whether the forage will be able to sustain our livestock within our rangelands, or what we need to do is now to start off taking the animals from the range so that when they're still in good body shape, and this can only be sustained using that technology. Number two, the insurance products then comes in to fill that space because you need to buy additional forage, you need to buy additional feed for the animals, and therefore the payout that is declared is immediately given to the livestock keeper so that they are able to buy or take forage from different ecological areas where they have produced the forage, and then feed the animals as they prepare to offload the animals to the market, and they will get the same value for the animals as opposed to waiting until it's been ravaged by a drought. Body condition of the animals is macheted, and also how much they were selling their livestock, where they were being offered that some were offering them 1,500. They say, where will you take it? Because you're about to buy a carcass. So it was really devastating, but I think we've learned. We are now going to do, we've changed our systems also, our production systems. We want to introduce the fattening of animals within certain areas that will help in of taking the animals from the rangelands. Two, the issue of keeping the animals in the range for so long is as a result of the breeds of our animals. Because the breeds of animals that we have now, the conversion rates to, if you ask this team here, it takes long. And if you're able to feed these animals to attain a certain weight within a certain period, that means within a shorter period, this animal will be ready to go to the table. And that is the essence of livestock production, to make sure that the animal goes to the table within the shortest time possible. So we need to invest in breeding programs. That's very key, because we all know genetics plays a key role. So if you not continue improving the genetics of our animals, then we are going to lose our livestock population. That's number one. Number two, because of the change of weather now, like last drought, I think total loss, which is just estimated, is about 2.5 million loss of cattle. So you can imagine the effects that it will have in our livestock population in the long run. So innovation in improved breeds is really critical, and this should be passed on. And I think we need to see more of that, because we are not uptaking technology. We're still using the bull scheme, yet we have AI. We now even have a technology of semen, where you get the heifers instead of the bulls, because you want to look at what do you want to produce now. Do you need more heifers, or do you need more bulls? So that technology can also help us quite a lot. We can talk more and more about this, but I think that's a conversation that should be in the table as we go along. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for those insights. And hopefully we can also start diversifying in terms of the crops and but I like those insights on the innovations, use of ICT, private sector for de-risking the livestock sector, and of course the role of breeding and genetic in terms of improving the resilience. Thank you so much. So the one last question now that we would like you to comment about is on the recommendations so far, to tell us, okay, are they relevant, and how do they contribute to the Kenya government priorities that are outlined in the agricultural sector transformation and growth strategy, the one that's known as ASTGS, and also your flagship from the Kenya Kwanza government manifesto on agriculture. So are these recommendations relevant, and how do we take them forward in terms of translating them into actionable plans?
Thank you.
Yeah.
I had an opportunity to get a detailed briefing from Dr. Karugia and Maina on what you've been discussing since yesterday, and what my other colleagues had given through their remarks. And looking at the recommendations, having found even the panelists here, especially Agatha, going deep in some of these recommendations, I was really encouraged. And I feel like this is what we have been waiting to receive as a policymakers, because it is going to inform us in making our decisions. I agree with all the recommendations given here. And I want to just add a few that I maybe believe we either did not capture it and did not bring it out, especially on the issues of policies and regulations. I think for a long time, and that's the area I'm going in, where you're talking about investing more in nutrition, that's a health education and create smart regulations for food safety without overburdening business. I think that's the area that is really critical because it will inspire everything. For a long time, if you look at various regulations and policies that are guiding the issues of food safety in this country, they have not been reviewed for a long time. And therefore, it is not encouraging production. It is not in line with the modern systems of production. There's a lot of post-harvest losses, for example. And then we've left it. And that's why the private sector is finding a challenge to come into that space. We need regulations to be put in place in the food and feed area. And I'm happy just to bring this to information that the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Health sat together and came up with a new bill, which is the Food and Feed Safety Coordination Bill. We say that we do not want to remove the competent authorities within their space. We said that we want the competent authorities to operate within their law. But we realize that there is a lack of coordination. When the business people want to get a license, sometimes it takes so long because they are taken through different agencies that you must be approved by KFIS, you must be approved by who CABS, you must be approved. Everybody is in that space. So the place becomes so crowded, it's not clear. And the private sector people don't want a place which is crowded, it's not clear because they are investing their money. They look at the risk and the time it takes for them to realize their investment. So they want to come to that space, the space that is very clear. So for your information, this bill is now on its way to the cabinet. So we got the consent of the Office of the Attorney General this week. And it's one of those very critical bills that is also going to spur our exports. Why am I saying this? It is because when you go outside there, we had an opportunity to go outside there and see how people, I mean, the other countries are importing our products, horticulture, flowers, and others. There's a lot of rejections, a lot of interceptions. Now, all these interceptions, if we taken to 10% of interceptions, 10% of your exports, and it is intercepted, that means you're not doing your risk analysis well in the start or from the farm. Now, with this regulation, it's going to revamp and give the competent authority the opportunity to look at their laws, to look at how they are doing their business and try to shift to be more business friendly. Again, we want it to be self-regulating. This business of officers, the inspectorate, you know, when you say inspectorate services, the business people will be waiting or the farmer will be waiting. I'm waiting for the inspector to come. Now the inspector will have to come and clear me. Now suppose that inspector, suppose he clears something, whose problem is it? Is it the problem of the farmer or the problem of the inspector who gave clearance? So these are some of the things that we need to look at. So if we are supposed to encourage efficiency, and I like this, enhanced food safety surveillance and inspectorate services. I want these inspectorate services to be amended, right? And to have what's called do risk-based analysis so that you do not interfere so much with the producer, but you give the producer the opportunity to tell you how they're going to produce. And that's why the Food and Feed Coordination Bill gives now what's called the food controller powers to be able to oversee these competent authorities and ask if they have a plan. And what is this plan in terms of risk taking, so that we remove this, because we do not have enough inspectors. I don't think there is any agency that has been given permission to recruit staff to their capacity as per the establishment. If there is any, then they can tell me. Counties are wrong thing even you have. So if you don't change our approach, then definitely we are going to face a lot of challenges. We are going to see a lot of interceptions. So on this one, enhanced food safety surveillance, to me, is a good thing, but this inspectorate services still brings that human intervention. That should go away. We need to use technology. Let these people tell us, the food business operators or the producers need to tell us, this is how I'm going to produce. And we have the good agricultural practices, for example, that we are trying to tell our farmers. We have standards to produce. So why can't we tell the farmers these are the standards? Tell us how we are going to produce to meet these standards, so that you'll just be doing not the inspectorate services where I have to be there, I have to sign for you this. So we have to come up with this mechanism. I think the bill will help to address that very well. The other critical issue which you have talked about is on productivity. And the Kenya Kwanza Manifesto talks about to increase productivity. The question I want to ask, how do we increase productivity? We have only one route, the route of seeds, quality seeds that produce highly, good genetics that gives it that high yielding. So the issue of the food, I mean, the seed systems, licensing of this research, that innovations that we've done demonstrations within our research institutions, how do we license this? The process, how long does it take to license? I don't know if KFIS is in the room here. I don't know, Calro, I'm sure they must be in the room. Please, let's look at back our systems of how do we bring these innovations, this research into commercialization. If we don't bring it to commercialization, we are doomed. What productivity are we talking about when you're not talking about commercialization of this research? It will be very difficult for us to achieve it. I want us to go back to that. The research on seeds and how do we commercialize? There is no need for us to do research and then remain with those research findings within our institutions. And every time we have a symposium or conference, they take us through, we have this innovation, we have this innovation. Here, we do not see, and that's why youth are complaining. How do we bring youth into this space? Because youth want to come and do commercialization. Using the innovative technology, using their energy, they want to go into that space. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to change some of our old farmers. I'll give you my own example. When I was telling my late father that we need to change the way how you're growing your coffee, he said, no, you don't know. You see, I've been doing this. Don't cut this. This will give you food, but you see, it's just giving you little. He said, change this cycle now, have a new improved breeds. From the SL27, let us do Ruiru 11 or let us do Batiany now. It took him time. And by force, I told him, I will do it for you. But it's not that easy. So the commercialization aspect down to bring the youth in terms of productivity, because youth want profit. They don't want to stick there getting very little or nothing. They want to see profit. So as we do innovations, we need to give our youth this opportunity. So these are the areas that I agree with you, but I think we need to look at commercialization of our seeds. If you don't commercialize our seeds, it's going to be very difficult. Of course, issues of resilience. As scientists, we did very well. We've worked on the issues of GMO. We've proved it works. It's been released. But I think as you do the research, I think there's need for us to engage and prepare the public with what is coming, what we are researching on. We start socializing the public in advance so that they are anticipating, they are waiting for this research that is taking place. And they will be asking, when are you releasing this? When are you releasing this? Because they will be expectant of this. But when you wait and you get maybe one negative publicity, it destroys the research that has taken so many years once. So why would you wait until all that time, until you're at the end, and without socializing the public of what you're doing and how it's going to help or what's going to improve on issues of productivities, on issues of resilience. So I think sensitization is really critical on the research findings and should start much early. The other one, of course, inclusion, strengthen the role of women in the food systems. The women in South, they are just Thank you. So I think I'm in agreement with you, bringing the role of women in this and the youth as well. And then policy making, inclusion. On the issue of policy, I think policies are not developed at the very high level. Policies normally are developed at the grassroots, and then it is looked at in terms of decision making. That's why we come in at a policy level, at that level. It's just for decision making. All right. After considering so many other factors, then we said, I think this is the right way to go. And then you provide what's called policy direction. But in policy making, we are all, in fact, I think our constitution has already captured this in the sense that we are supposed to have public participation. So as we start looking at our policies, reviewing our policies, we engage the stakeholders. But I think if you ask me, our engagement with the stakeholders has been very poor. Very, very poor. And I've been telling my team, look, sometimes we talk to ourselves instead of talking to our stakeholders. And then our stakeholders also are not asking, they are not forthcoming to ask what policies are we generating. We wait until it is too late. I've said this and again, over and over again, because we waited until it is too late. When now I'm at this level of I want to implement, that is when they are aware that this law is coming and that this law means this. And then they realize that, no, this is going to affect our business because you're not ready for change at that time. You're not prepared. So you will definitely find a way of trying to say how this law or this regulations is good. I mean, it's bad for business. And that's where now everybody says if it's bad for business. But if they don't engage in advance, so we need to start engaging. And I think with the counties now, we've had very good engagement. Initially, I know it was a big challenge because there was that fighting in that space. But now we've come up with the mechanisms on how to arrive at some of these policies and regulations where we have extensive engagement with the counties. Counties play the role of how are they going to own it. They start with looking at it both in terms of the sector, and they have developed what's called the sector working group, where they look at it before it comes to the national level for validation. At the county level, they have done a lot of engagement through the sector involvement and the stakeholders involvement. So I think all in all, it has been looking at the recommendations here. You've captured everything. I think what needs to do now is a follow-up. A follow-up. And that's what you call sustainability. For me, I'll call a follow-up within the respective MDS, if it is a Minister of Agriculture, if it's a Minister of or any other research institution. How do you track this? I think that's where the issue of the ASTGS comes in. You said it very clearly. Can we then put it under the ASTGS so that it's able to be tracked through the strategy that we have, so that as we implement our strategy, we have all these recommendations captured. We have an office called the AT office, the Agricultural Transformation Office, which is now being, our current CS is working on it to make sure that it's responsive. It captures everything and it carries along, because we are supposed to be evaluating ourselves on our strategy, where we are. So this document is one of those critical documents now that should be included in part of our delivery of the ASTGS. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you so much, PS Harry, for agreeing with the recommendation and highlighting some of them around the food safety issues, productivity, resilience, and I like your challenge in terms of the issues around sensitive issues around GMOs, not to shy off, but communicate our science. I think I have one of our colleagues here from ATF who is really spearheading that work. And we had that discussion yesterday, like what is the problem? So it's how we communicate and sensitize the public in terms of how this science is being done. And of course, the role of women and social inclusion, very important. but you have also really reassured us in terms of how we take this forward. I think that's what's needed these days. Is these documents, how do they translate into action? So we'll continue engaging with the ATO office. I think they've been also part of this planning for this collaboration, very instrumental. So we'll continue engaging with them. And I think at this point, you can join me to thank my panelists and just say thank you for all those insights and looking forward to further interactions beyond here. And now over to you, Dr. Maina, in terms of guiding us on the next step. Should we ask the PS to close or should we wait for the next session? Asante sana. Okay, I've been guided accordingly. So let us have a very quick coffee break, health break, 20 minutes, and then we come back for the next session to continue. Oh, just a minute, just a second. Flexibility, thank you. Yeah, short break. Because people want to talk. I think it's important that people talk and react. The only thing is I won't ask the panel to come back. They would still respond from here. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Hello. So we are having 10 minutes reaction. And so I'll leave you my here.
All right. All right. It's not on.
And there's another. Oh.
Switch it off because we have all the. You know.
Okay. Welcome back. Hello. I hope you can hear me from the back. So welcome back. So I hope you much re-energized after the short health break. So we take the next 10 minutes to get some reaction from the floor and from online in terms of the discussion on recommendations and our panel response to the recommendations. So we'd like to hear maybe from 2 or 3 questions from the floor, reaction, questions, or comments. And I get a question from there. Oh, I have more than, okay, and one there, and one there. Okay, so please go ahead. The panelists are still here, so they will respond after the question. We take all the questions, then they can respond. Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Joyce. I've been asked to stand. I think I'm very short, but and thank you to our distinguished guests, the principal secretaries. We don't take it for granted. You've got a busy day. And thank you even to the rest of the floor. My name is Kathy Kamau. I'm with AGRA. The discussions have been vibrant. I would like to share my reflections. What I hear of food systems is that they are multi-objective, they're multi-sectoral, They're multi-stakeholder, they're multi-level. And in Kenya's case, you're looking at both your national and county and everything else in between. They're multi-horizon, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 100. And they're multidisciplinary. What I don't hear in the discussion today is, and it is being alluded to slowly in small bits and pieces, it's integration and coherence. The links to agriculture, which we have discussed exhaustively. Yesterday and today, it's just been agriculture. We start as food systems at the beginning of the sentence, then we end up at agriculture. So like I was looking at the second slide on yesterday's deliberations, and it has a little box at the bottom that says evidence, policy, and extension. I would like to suggest that we need to change our narrative. It is evidence, policy, and practice, because extension is very agrocentric. But when you're talking about practicing our evidence and our policy, then you're looking at going beyond agriculture and into food systems actually. Anyway, I think that we are missing the links to agriculture. Sorry? Oh, okay. I think we're missing the links to agriculture, of agriculture to other sectors. I think we're missing the role of knowledge and peer learning. Our continent is full of people and countries that already are a couple of steps ahead in other areas. I don't think that has been capitalized or spoken of enough. And then I am missing the deliberate convergence of our national development plans and aspirations in relations to other commitments that the country has made at global and regional spaces. The UN Food System Summit, for example, had national conveners, had national dialogues, independent dialogues, as well as county-level regional block dialogues. The national pathways that arose from there were food system-centric. I don't hear a reference towards that. This year, Dakar 2 in January, the government made commitments. They were agrocentric, but you could tell the investment lines that the government was looking for and the impact on socioeconomic statuses in Kenya. I don't hear that being alluded to, even despite the agriculture focus. One last one. And finally, we have our climate change convention, the NDCs. Kenya has committed to reduce greenhouse gases 30%. I don't hear that conversation in this room. And so I think what I'm saying is, beyond just agriculture, where else can we tie links and do it deliberately? When the government commits to a coordination mechanism under Dakar 2, and then our principal secretary has mentioned that there's a health and agriculture sector bill. How are those two elements tying to the work of the national convener and to the work of other sectors? So I'm just putting it out there that we need to be a little bit out of our agricultural boxes and a little bit more stepping into the other areas that will benefit the Kenyan citizen. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nicholas Bott from ILRI. And while we're all in the food system conference, based on the discussions that you had yesterday, we are left with two questions. Which way to go in terms of the seed system? Should we preserve the indigenous, or should we focus on the hybrid, which tends to bring a lot of questions? So now that gives us a tug of war. Which way now? Do we preserve the indigenous, which are more resilient, or do we keep the hybrid, which are this? Then another comment would be like, while we plan at all this, we need to incorporate the people from the environment, because all these systems rely on the environment. The issue of climate change is because maybe we've not preserved the biodiversity and all that. So in the next conference, we need to include the environment sector. Thanks.
We get two more and then we close.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, thank you. My name is Francis. Mine is just a prayer to you guys. And Kenya now we are now 60 years now, if I'm not wrong. But if in this country Kenya is the country we have the best what we call policies. Even countries
They're just taking this policy from Kenya to go and implement it in their country. So I think when we are here, let's implement this, whatever we have implemented, we have just implemented this policy. Let's implement this policy, please. We don't want just to come here, or we just say that we'll make other policies another years coming. Let's walk the talk. Thank you.
The question still
My
coming?
name is Anne Mudhoni Maina. Sub-County Agriculture Officer, Makadara. And I have a few issues here to raise. One of them is that this food system is, maybe I don't know whether it's in Nairobi or it's cut across all the counties. It's a little bit new concept, and we need more sensitization at the county level up to the ward level, but most of the staff are based at the sub-county level. Also, there are few staff at the county. In fact, you find staff manning 4 sub-counties. A single sub-county agriculture officer is manning 4 sub-counties. So we must go digital, where we can have a portal with all the relevant updated information so that we can be able to reach out to the farmers. Another one is policy. We need more sensitization on policy. That is the staff as well as other partners. Sometimes the policy is so good, but we need to be sensitized for us to be able to implement the policies. Fourth, there is enhanced agro-processing skill. We need more agro-processing skills, because Nairobi, we can say we are now headed to more of agro-processing and value addition, because lot size is becoming small. So if we could get more of capacity building in the area of agro-processing and value addition, we would be grateful. Also, because you find the staff in a sub-county, and maybe you did agri-economics, you did maybe another line, and you're expected to do all those. You are supposed to do all the extension areas. Maybe you have never done any value addition, agro-processing, and a group wants you to train them. You'll have to do it. So you'd urge that we have some more capacity building, and we will be able to reach out to our farmers effectively. Lastly,
Thank you. Thank you. We'll have another round if time allows, please. I'll just read out the online questions so that we can lump all of them together. Some of them are related. There is a reaction from online that says, when it comes to provision of extension services, counties should employ more staff. And then another question around extension again. How can we make extension services affordable to the smallest unit of farmers? Another comment or question is, will subsidizing production solve the existing high cost of food in the short run? And then something on digitization. Digitization of agriculture could attract the youth to join the production and the value addition of agricultural produce. I think it's related to what the last speaker mentioned. Okay, then another one, studies, I don't know which studies are these, but the person says that studies shows that farmers are on average 65 years. I think in Kenya, that's almost close to our life expectancy. So learn very little by reading. How can we ensure that they are factored in e-extension? Thank you. I added the bit about the age, but yeah, they're just asking, how do we loop in the older farmers into the digital technology when it comes to extension services? Thank you. So the panelists can respond, please.
Let me start so that since I was the last one, and then I will give the others because they had the privilege of they were here since yesterday. Thank you, Kathy. I think you well articulated these issues of how do we link agriculture to other sectors. The issue the issue of the linkage within the sector. For me, agriculture, we are in the center of production, and therefore we attract others. We attract the manufacturing through agro-processing. We attract other sectors, logistics, warehousing, and all those things that come into that space. If, for example, we do not intensify, we make sure that we have enough production within our systems, then it will be very difficult for us to attract. It only becomes attractive if they see an opportunity. So for us in agriculture, we must work towards creating an opportunity to attract other sectors. Key one is definitely how do we create the agro-processing zones within the agricultural zones? So that way, the investment then comes in that direction, say there's an opportunity here. So we must open up an opportunity. So you can only open up an opportunity in agriculture if we invest, number one, on issues of productivity, okay? So that we're able to supply more adequate, consistent supply is critical for us. The other one is, of course, the issue of the convergence of the national development plans and what we are doing. I think maybe we have, I don't know whether it was, maybe we concentrated so much on agriculture research and we forgot other areas. Where, for example, we have the National Agricultural Investment Plans. What are we doing in that space? And I think there's a lot that we are doing in that space. Maybe the guys did not articulate, but there's a lot of investment. If you look at the investments that we have in the agriculture, the national investment plans that we have, and it's being implemented, then you can see that there is convergence. The issues of, for example, the UNFCCC, we've already come up with the national adaptation plans, where we are looking at coming up with the policies, coming up with the regulations. We have the Climate Act 2016, which tells us exactly in agriculture, what are we supposed to do so that we are compliant. We have to come in with the issues of strategies of the framework for clean, the climate smart agriculture. We have those strategies where when we are developing programs, we use those strategies, we use those regulations to ensure that we are compliant and we're able to speak to being a member of the secretary to UNFCCC, and therefore we're able to report on our actions. What have we done? So we are doing all that within that space. So if you look at the ministry, we have a lot of strategies that we use. And when you're designing programs, and then we're also looking at the private sector, how are they using these strategies? How are they using these regulations? So that as a country, we are able to report in our what we signed for. So I think we have all this. It is very clear. I will come within the ministry, you will find those strategies, you will find those regulations, and already we'll also find their programs towards it, where we support farmers in climate smart. The other issue that I like, and I think the issue of what Nicholas talked about, which one? The traditional seeds or the now seeds that are improved? Of course, we need to keep the genetics. We must have a gene banks, for example, to preserve our genetics, and then use the latest research to produce more, because our population is increasing. So if the seeds that we used to have was not producing enough, an acre, for example, give you for 10 bags. And now the GMO maize, for example, if you plant it and it's giving you 50 bags, you will go definitely for the GMO because you want to produce more at a less cost than to produce 10 bags. When you want to sell, you want to recover all your cost within the 10 bags. It is not possible. So I think it's a question of making decisions. One, we must develop our gene banks and make sure that we also go into commercialization. We cannot definitely stick to the old. There's no choice about saying which one. I think we have to progress. We have to progress. Francis, thank you. And everybody understands Kenya. We have very good policies. That's for sure. And you ask anybody, they say, Kenya, you guys are good. And we are good for sure. The reason is, why are we not implementing these policies? I think now that we have a developed system, the national government responsibility is to come up with the policies, the counties, and then use these policies to guide their production systems. It is important that we now start tracking the performance of the counties so that they are able to show that indeed these policies have guided production and it's helping. So I think it is just a question of we agree with Francis. We need just to implement these policies. We have no way out. After all, we have developed the policies, and therefore we have no way out. Maina from Nairobi County. I was just discussing with my colleague here that we realize that Nairobi County is being left all the time when programs are developed because we consider it urban. But I think you've come out in a very unique way, and I like that one. You're more on value addition. That is your strength, because surely you do not have land. The programs that we develop within the ministry are geared towards enhancing production. So we might not really concentrate on value addition sometimes. So, and we know that Nairobi is the market of most of these products. So we want to support you on capacity building of your staff in terms of manufacturing and value addition. So I think it is important that Nairobi is captured in that manner. We also have what's called urban farming as well. I think those are areas that we are trying to advocate in what's called climate smart agriculture, because you don't need so much land. You can just use a small portion and stuff. So I think that one we have taken. We are going to see how then we are going to do capacity building. I think Nairobi County, you've been left behind for sure. That one I agree with my friend here, and we are going to change. There is the other issue, provision of extension services. If you go to KALRO platform, there is a lot of the e-extension service services that you can access. I think the message is not reaching out to these farmers because some of them are free, the free SMS, where you will get information in regard to the weather patterns, when it's going to rain, and what you need to do. The soils, for example, what kind of soils do you have, and what type of fertilizer should you apply in such areas? I think this has not been taken. The reason why, and I agree with the online person who was saying, the age. Now we need the youth to come to this space so that they're able to take up on this e-platform. If we don't bring the youth into this space, it's going to be very difficult for us to take it to the age bracket of 60, 65, because they will not go through they just need I'm told sometimes they just look for a phone that can read M-Pesa. This other one. And I'm told the way it rings, they will know this one is the one who is in England or UK. This one is the one from Kenya here. Yake inalia hivi, si ndio? So I agree with you that we need to go the e-extension platform. It is very difficult, and somebody said that we do not have enough staff. If we do not have enough staff, what is the solution? The solution is e-extension. It will solve our problem. We are getting a lot of information in the social media. There is, within a minute, something have circulated. We want this information also regarding to agriculture to be circulated that fast. So I think we need champions who will be sending messages in the morning of which area are you, what you need to do. So we need such kind of champions, you know. We have the keyboard warriors in Kenya and the KOT. We need to direct our energy in production, not... Sorry for saying this, but if imagine all of us focus on that. So, and we do those TikToks on when you are doing farming, you'll enjoy, you'll find that you become more attractive. So I think we all need just to focus and go that direction. It is a policy shift, a mind shift in our side, so that we work on that. Issue of, is it good to subsidize production? I'll say 100% yes. Because when you subsidize production, one, you have reduced the cost of production. So that's another advantage. Two, you'll encourage people to invest more, because if they are to plant 10 acres, and now with the subsidy, they are able to plant 20 acres. At the end of it, you get more yield, more output from the farmer. So the only way to go is to subsidize production so that you have more supply means reduction in the price, because there will be no, the competition will not be so high. I think that's just pure economics, and we don't need to labor on that. We need to digitalize our agriculture to attract the youth. That I'm also in agreement. One of the biggest challenges now is, of course, our farms are getting fragmented, and therefore it is not attracting mechanization. We just need to have a policy shift. And I think this requires a national dialogue. There are areas where we used to have mechanization in agriculture. Now the farms have been reduced to 1/4 acre, 1 acre, 5 acres. There will be no day you will have mechanization. I think it just requires a policy decision so that some agricultural areas are stopped from, farms are stopped from being subdivided. Urbanization, of course, is coming in. You cannot stop that. Some very good lands are now being converted into urban settlement. So we just need to have a policy shift in that, because mechanization is becoming a problem. Even if you do digitization and you don't do mechanization, it's going to be very difficult, because this youth, I don't think this youth will be ready to go and take that ile jembe ya zamani na poko jembe ile tulikuwa nasema, for those who know it. They are not ready for it. But when you go to the rural areas, you'll find the old ladies are the ones who are still using that one. But for the youth, we also need to embrace the technology in agriculture, like the tractors that have come now, where you just need to, yes, it is powered, but you can just drive it. They call them walking tractors. So those are the ones that we need to do. And I think that's a conversation that we are having as a ministry in terms of mechanization. How do we bring these tractors? And I think you've seen there is the Hello John Deere tractors. So I think it will go down to there where we have the walking tractors. I was in Nyeri some time back, and I saw some youth who had, because the dipping of animals now have, in fact, I think it's no longer there. The only area I still see dipping of animals was in Gishu, part of Nandi. But in some other areas, Nyeri, Kiambu County, you will find now youth groups they have formed themselves, and they have these knapsack sprayers, and they go to a place and say, on a Sunday or a Saturday, they spray the animals and they are paid and they go. So again, such areas, youth are now becoming more innovative in those areas. So we just need to encourage them. I think one of the biggest challenges, and we have not discussed about it, which I want to bring to this conversation. And our MC had talked about it, the issue of credit to agriculture. That was not, it was Akada. When I came in, she was talking about it. The issue of credit. The youth want to venture into that space, but they have no security. The title deed is still in the name of the father. It has not been passed on. All right? The father is not willing to surrender the title deed. My sister here from Bomet is smiling because she knows. They just, until they have departed us, is when now we start coming in and making decisions. And the decisions is like to use a shamba to gawane. That's some of the areas. So I was also talking about our food systems, the players within the food systems. We can save a lot in terms of just getting organized, because inefficiencies within the value chain actors in the system is also causing a problem. All right. So I think we need to look at all players in terms of how are they coordinated? How are they playing their role? So we need to see all the players. If, for example, transport over charges, what do you expect the one that is in Nairobi selling to a consumer? Definitely will increase the price to recover the cost. But this was not caused by the farmer. It wasn't caused by the farmer, but it was just caused by the inefficiency of the transporter here, or increase of prices by the transporter, or storage facilities. So I think we need to organize also our food systems, value chain actors, so that we are all playing in towards ensuring that there is food and nutritional security in the country. My colleagues, I think you will take up the other ones.
I think,
Um,
yes,
um,
yes, Harry has covered very good ground on all the comments. So just very quick additions, because I'm
Yes,
just conscious of time. Yeah.
I'm not adding much, I'm only just commenting because I come from the county and indicate that some of the issues that have been raised are very pertinent. But as it were, we need to assure our sister from Agra, Kathy, that the practice in extension, the practice as applied through extension is a matter of the language, because in accounting, they call data records. In research, we actually do, particularly agricultural research, we actually deal with the extension, but it means the same thing as practice. On the issues of engaging the old people in extension at the grassroots, we have that challenge that is existing, but some counties have actually done very well. If you go to a place like Kirinyaga, the productivity in rice, the productivity in coffee has actually been rising. And the reason? The old people have been told, let us take stock of how much you produce and give me the farm, me as the youth, and let me now work on the farm, and I'll be paying you every season the much you earn using your own system. And then I bring my own energy. If we can actually just tweak that so that our youth can now lease the plant or the animal or whatever it is that they actually are going to inherit from the father, and take the responsibility of increasing the production and productivity, then we will actually now not be asking who is the owner, because the most critical thing is how much resource are we generating from what we are investing in. And I think that is a paradigm that we actually need to discuss. Do we require to have the land or the animal, or can we now use the knowledge that we are having so that we can now increase the production and productivity? And I think that is what we will actually be addressing within the research and data dimension. And luckily we have agreed that it is an agenda that the counties will actually be undertaking. Talk of that, we want to assure the PS that that is and of course the Secretary of Research, that will actually be addressing that. We are calling for a discussion at the SWAG level, and we will actually be discussing more of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, panelists. And I think we have to close now. I know there's so much coming from the floor, but time is not on our side. So thank you so much. I invite Clemens to take up the next session.
All right. Thank you, Joyce. Thanks, everyone, for still being here. So we had two objectives, excuse me, for this conference. The first one was really bringing the science community, both domestically and internationally, together with policymakers, private sectors, and other decision makers to really come up with a set of recommendations. And I think we have accomplished that goals. And thank you, Dr. Kim Tai and other policymakers to give us all this really encouraging feedback. So I think this is a really good example of a science policy dialogue. And that leads us basically to our next panel discussion, is how can we further enhance and move forward the science policy dialogue in Kenya? For this, we have three panelists, and I would like to invite them to come up to the panel here. First of all, we have Paul Gamba. He is a lecturer at the Department of Agricultural Economics and Agribusiness, Faculty of Agriculture at Egerton University, representing the Kenyan research side. Then we have Michael Keenan. He is an associate research fellow with the International Food Policy Research Institute, IFPRI, based here in Nairobi at the ILRI campus at the IFPRI office. Michael, please come up. And then we have Richard Deva. He is the ex-secretary research. please come up. Do we have? We have two for now. Where's our third panelist? We always encourage participation. Here we go. All right. Very good. Okay. Okay, so our task here, and I also want to really involve the audience here a lot, is to really chart the way forward for the science policy dialogue. And I see a lot of momentum here in this room, also online. There's a lot of buzz on social media. So I think we have really an opportunity here to take this as a starting point. Now, as the CS and the PSs and others have highlighted, there are new challenges out there that really need new solutions. We can't continue to do it the old ways. And of course, we all think and have heard that science can hopefully play a very important role in charting those new pathways. We have heard a lot about digitalization also, and that also provides new opportunities. We even have representatives from the Kenya Space Agency in the room. They were talking about the satellite launch and how all this data can help research decision making, both at national and also at county level. There's artificial intelligence, etc. So these are new opportunities that we have out there. But we know that from the research side, and I count myself obviously as a researcher, we have to continue high quality, we have to be innovative, and we have to be relevant and timely. From the policymaker side, I think we have heard, and we know from other countries, policymakers should take a leading role in coordinating a science policy dialogue and clearly voicing their demands. So I think it's up to the researchers to get better at this business, and potentially also from the policymakers to get better so that the science policy dialogue can become very successful. Now, I have a few questions for the panelists, and first of all, I would like to hear from the science side. What challenges do you see, and what would you like to see from policymakers? How we can make the research more relevant? Then I will ask the policymaker side, what would you like to see from the science community to be more relevant? And then I would like to hear from Michael as the representative of the international research community, and along the lines of his research area, how can digitalization, the satellites, the artificial intelligence, all these things, how can they help to improve the science policy dialogue in Kenya going forward? Now, who would like to start? Please go ahead. Yes.
Okay, thank you for that. I think in terms of what we may need from policymakers in terms of for us as scientists or as researchers as such, is the fact that there's a lot of material from researchers. There's no doubt about that one. The problem is in many cases, or the challenge in many cases, is for policymakers also, they are faced with so many issues, to the extent that deciding which particular information is relevant from science becomes a problem. And basically for us in policy analysis and so on, the question has always been, and again, it's difficult to avoid this, the question has always been, can research findings inform policy objectively? And can policymakers make use of research findings that are objective and implement them as objective as they were when you found them from the researchers? The trouble has always been, the challenge has always been, there's a lot of, I would want to call it political influence, to the extent that scientific findings cannot necessarily bring about the change that was envisaged in the first place. So to me, that is a major issue that policymakers, as they sit in the room, need to consider, that when it is an objective scientific finding implemented, if there are other issues, that is subsidiary. Right? Two, we scientists also, we also have a problem. I know I was asked about researchers and policymakers, but even for us scientists, we have an issue. Other entities have organized themselves to the extent that if you look at other entities, you'll find there's civil society, there's private sector organization. We have ASNET here articulating the issues of those particular entities. For ourselves, do we have a KEPSA for scientists? We don't. Do we have any civil society organization that is dealing with the scientific findings? We don't. So we expect that the findings that we get will speak for themselves. It is not true. The key thing that many institutions have had is that they have very strong lobby and advocacy institutions. I'm afraid, even at this level, whether it is a CGI level, whether it is a national level, we do not have. A basic question: do we have any entity that brings scientific personnel or researchers together so that they can articulate their issues also? Because every time, you make a finding, and I'm not shy away from some of these examples that we have. Basic example, GMO. A lot of scientific work has gone into it, and we can speak to it. Which voices do we hear? GMO can do this, GMO can do that, and yet we have the evidence that GMO is actually the way to go. I'm not advocating necessarily for GMOs. There are others which are not necessarily proper, but still, you can find now the lobbies and the lobby and advocacy groups in other areas, even overshadowing the scientific findings, to the extent that now we become shy. Can I really stand up for GMO? It becomes a problem, and yet we know from our scientific, findings that this is the way to. And there are many other things that we can put emphasis on, especially in terms of getting the scientific community also becoming a lot more outgoing rather than being shy of our findings. Many things. We were discussing here about, hybrids. Yeah. And we know these hybrids have been doing very well. And yet, some of our farmers to date, and I was discussing with some of the breeders, to date, those who are planting maize in Kenya, they will still go to an agrovet and ask for 614. And Charles Bett has told us there are so many varieties that have come out, just basically because we do not advocate for the improvement that are there in the new varieties, to the extent that, okay, if we develop a new variety, why can't we have a promotional campaign, for instance? Say, this is 627. It's a lot better than 614 because of A, B, C, D, E, F. I know we are shy as scientists because we do not want to advertise, because it's it's unethical and so on. But there are certain things which, if they are right, they are right. It doesn't matter whether we are promoting them, in terms of advertising and so on. I could go on and on, moderator, but let me leave it there so that I have my other colleagues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, moderator, for the question in terms of, I think, challenges and maybe interventions that can make research more relevant. My take on this is that when does research become relevant? Research can only become relevant if it's addressing the needs, particularly of our farmers, crop farmers, livestock farmers, and even those who are practicing aquaculture. But I must say that I think there's been a lot of transformation in terms of changes in research. I think you recall in the past we used to have what is called applied research, isn't it? And those days that applied research was being done is when we had the scientific division within the Ministry of Agriculture. And we have evolved from that. I think we have evolved from applied research. We have gone into farming systems approach to research, extension and training. We moved from that to adaptive research, where the research products we would involve farmers in carrying out research to ensure that that research is relevant to their needs. I think in recent years, we have also moved into what we call participatory research approaches, where we are not only involving the researchers and the farmers, but we are also involving other stakeholders. So there has been a lot of changes in the way we approach research. But I must say that even now, with all those changes, we still see very low productivity of most of our agricultural value chains. There are also emerging challenges that research needs to address. One of the things that I think, and I said it earlier in the morning, is that how can we involve more and more people in setting priorities in our research systems? Because we used to have what we were calling the Center Research Advisory Committees. Those committees are no longer there, unless I'm wrong, Dr. Beth. They are no longer there. And particularly when devolution came in, some of those structures are no longer there. So we really need, even as we look at the whole conversation about the food systems, how can we create mechanisms that bring on board all the relevant stakeholders so that they participate in developing the agenda for research? The other thing that maybe the researchers also need to consider, we have new emerging issues. Some of those emerging issues require very fast to be addressed very fast. I remember when we had the whole problem of fall armyworm. We were all in a dilemma because we didn't have solutions in terms of addressing that. But I think the research system very quickly did liaise with other institutions outside this country, and we were able within a very short time to get solutions to that problem. What I'm alluding at is that there are certain solutions that you really don't need to keep on investing resources. There are solutions that can be found elsewhere. All we need is to see whether those solutions can be applicable to our situation. I think it has been said that research needs to be demand driven. And I think we have come from far. These days, we are not only doing research to write papers, isn't it? It is relevant to the needs of our producers. But where we have a problem is how fast the research products, particularly technologies and innovations, get to the end users. I think now, as the PS said, Caro has tried to create some digital platforms where you can get information that has been documented for almost all the value chains that we have in this country. But again, the farmers that we are saying we have, many of them may not have the ability to access those digital platforms. Some of them require that they are visited by extension officers. So we need to see how can we improve on the digital platforms, because the visits that we used to have of extension workers, today that model cannot work. We need to develop more digital applications. We need to find more innovative ways, particularly so that we can attract more youth into this space. Yeah. If you allow me, my final contribution is that we still have a problem of linking with the private sector. And that is something that we may need to look at. How does research also link with the private sector? The varieties that we are developing, the breeds that we are developing, how do we involve the private sector so that we are able to produce more seed of various varieties to get to farmers? I remember, I think, PS, that we have a Sahiwal breed that has been bred at Naivasha for a long time. But when you look at, when you go to the pastoral areas, how many of our livestock producers have that breed that can help them to enhance their productivity? Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much. So the question that was directed was how can data improve the science policy interface? And so I think some of the issues that you were talking about play in quite well to this. So our team at IFPRI is focused on this intersection of private sector extension, and particularly through digital technologies. And what we're seeing is that through delivering extension through digital technologies and digital platforms, we're able to generate a lot of information about what's going on the ground through these digital applications. So for example, we can see when a training was done, where it was done, what value chains were conducted, how many farmers were in attendance. And this can really help pinpoint when and where the trainings are occurring and help us to address some weak points. But so kind of going back to this, I would think about maybe there's two streams of science. We have science that's really developing products that can be used, like plant breeding, improvements in artificial insemination. And then we have some science that's addressing how well the policy implementation is working in itself. And these might require somewhat different interfaces. So we're working more on the policy side, and I just want to mention this so you know the perspective that I'm coming from with this. And so what we're seeing is there's a lot of data being generated through the private sector. The counties have a lot of data. National governments have a lot of data. We're getting a lot of data from satellites. But where can I find this all in one place? Is there somewhere I can go to say, okay, we just launched a program in a certain county, what data is available? So one of the things that we're lacking is a cohesive data platform that brings this data together. Now, another issue we have is ownership over data. Lots of people are hesitant to share their data. So researchers might be hesitant to share their data because we're incentivized to publish. Well, if everyone has my data, it's going to be harder for me to publish. Private sector is hesitant to share their data because a lot of their business models, especially these ag tech startups, their key asset is data. So if they start sharing their data, they're sharing their competitive advantage. So how can we incentivize private companies to share their data? And then there's public data as well. And as we've seen, I think a lot of this public data is out there, but it's not necessarily getting shared with researchers and private sector. For example, Colro has been conducting a farmer registry, but getting access to this farmer registry is quite challenging, both for private sector and for research. So one area that we can think about coming together is, can we get these three groups in a room and say, okay, what are the data that we all have, and what are the conditions that need to be met for each group to share that data, and can we come up with a platform where this data can be shared and accessed? And then my final point is on accessibility. So not all data is equal. The way these three groups, private sector, research, and government, are using data is different. The data needs are somewhat different. So we ran into this issue actually with a private sector partner. We did a study on extension agents who were delivering extension through video-based extension. And we collected our data and they asked if we could share it. And I shared it and they come back and say, well, this is Greek and Latin. It doesn't make sense. Their accessibility to that data is different than how I would access that data. So this is something that we need to keep in mind as well. Just putting all of the data in one place is also not enough. We need to have that data in formats that can be used by different types of researchers, policymakers, and private sector, so that it can actually drive insights for decision making. Yep. Thank you.
Let me stay with you down here on the ground. So I think in this first round, we have heard a few important points. The first one is sometimes we don't have the lobby, not as researchers, to get the message across. And I think that is very true. Also, the participatory approach throughout the research process is really important. We should not do research and then once the research is done, we come and communicate it. It should be a process where a lot of people are involved in the first place. And the other thing that we heard, it's not only about research, it's about data. And I think that those 2 points are very, very much interlinked. Without good data, no good research. So we have also heard a bit of the history in Kenya, that there used to be research advisory committees. And I'm thinking maybe that could be a starting point to think about going forward. How can we, practically speaking, keep up the good momentum from this conference and think about a data and research policy science interface, for example? So I would like to hear from the panelists, maybe some ideas, some practical ideas on the next steps. I'll give you a bit of time to think about this, because I also want to involve our audience here with any suggestions or questions. I'll take 2 or 3. Okay, so let's go maybe from right to left this time. And we start over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Please keep it very short, a minute or 2, please. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, moderator. The speakers. My name is Mutunda Masai. I work for Kenya Marine and Fisheries Research Institute, where we talk about research. I've heard about the research approach from the 2 speakers or the 3 speakers, which is very, very important and quite true. As most of us know, we have a national institution known as National Council for Science and Technology, which is a reposition center for each and every publication that has been made by any scientist in this country. That is where some of these findings are normally told. We also have institutions which also do research. We also have universities that do research. But the question that I want us to think about is, do we have a policy? Do we have a national policy of how this research findings are accessed to the policymakers so that they can be implemented? We can talk about research, but if there is no part of arm of the government which looks at research which is being done and what issues it is addressing, then they take it up as a policy document, as a way forward. Then our research might not really go very, very far. Thank you. That's my comment.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I am a farmer and I have a number of young people that are farmers and love to farm and plant. In fact, we've run out of land to plant on Wednesday last week, and we are collecting more seeds. My challenge to all of us here is to begin to produce our own food, wherever you are. We can contribute to the conversation of research and policy more accurately if we are involved in actually farming. If you've done a project, it has failed, or you're in the process of doing a project and you have feedback, you can speak from a place of knowledge. So I want to challenge us to produce wherever we are so that we can give feedback that is real and in touch with the reality. I also want to thank those that have organized this event. I would like to encourage more engagement with the young people. I had no idea you are having this conference until Sunday night. So engage us. We are willing to be part of the process, and we have the time, the energy, and indeed the expertise. I've been researching for 18 years. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Let me stand up. Okay, I'm Benoit Yonofin. I'm from ECOWAS, that is the West African member state community, covering 15 member states. Okay, I'm the regional coordinator for sanitary and phytosanitary measures within the region. I have been working in the past and then continue working with many in this room. I was at ILRI as a postdoc scientist within ILRI. Many of them are in this room. Mine is basically to bring in the aspect of research and regional integration within this whole basket. I do agree with all the panelists on especially on data generation and data sharing. I think data sharing is a culture, but we do not have that culture in terms of data sharing. And because we don't understand the benefit of it, that is why we try a way of sharing our own data. And then that's bringing the aspect of confidence and then also of trust. So we need to build that trust. And then the only way to do that, I think, is to have a network. We need to build a strong networking, both at national, regionally, and also with the international community. So that regional aspect comes in. I do believe that isolated, Kenya is part of EAC community, correct? 7 member states in the EAC community. So those member states, they also do a bit. But then when Kenya needs some food, for instance, yesterday we heard about one of the speakers yesterday talk about they have been assigned to bring maize from Uganda, from Tanzania, but then they failed to bring those quality maize, isn't it? So it means that whatever is happening in Kenya should align and speak to what is happening to Uganda, to Kenya, to Tanzania, and the rest. So Kenya is not isolated. So that is where the regional integration is a must, and then must be taken into consideration in this whole basket. And then finally, I will also put in the basket
our national government should invest. We are not seeing the investment in research, for instance. Where is the part, which percentage in our overall budget? Which part, which portion, which proportion is dedicated to research? So that is the whole basket. Otherwise, at the end of the day, you will not have the ownership of those data. If the research is funded by a partner, so it will be difficult to access those data. But if you invest in, and then you bring in portion, then you have the ownership. So that is why also we should bring all those in those baskets. Thank you so much.
How are you, everyone? My name is Faiza from Wajir. I'm a member of County Assembly and nominated MCA with the UDA. I very much believe in the bottom-up economic plan. We've campaigned for the president and with the UDA believing in this bottom-up. And the president have come to Wajir through the campaign and has listened to the people when he was talking about bottom-up economic plan. And today I've been here for 2 days now. I've been here yesterday, and I've listened to the presenters on issues about research. And I believe that there's research done, there's a lot of information, there's a lot of data, but the ASL areas are left out. And if there is research done, it's emergency response. And my prayer or my appeal is for the research community to do more research on how we can increase food production and commercial animal keeping. Because the place where I come from, like Wajir, there is like underground water for irrigation. The land is very large land we have, and Wajir County is the second largest county in Kenya. And you are saying we don't have land for production and we have idle land that nobody's using. And the research community could have done us a favor by providing research and data to the investors and to the development partners and to the national government so that they can make policies that will help make ASL areas, especially northeastern part of Kenya, to be more, to produce more, to be part of the food basket instead of just giving them food aid all the time. We can be part of the food chain, supply chain, and be part of the food system. And that's my wish and my prayer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's take two more. We have about 15 minutes left. So let's take two more comments before we get back to the panel.
Yes, so good afternoon. My name is Jane. I'm welcome from the University of Nairobi. I'm a researcher. I want to add my voice to Dr. Gambo to say that, research is what we do. Yes. So the mandate of the university is training, research, and now we have outreach, right? But research, we are a public institution and we have to generate research that is demanded, and we are ready to do that. Okay. So just last week I was here I'm from the horticulture sector, and they were saying that the requirements for export to EU have changed. They need now to stop airlifting. They need to use ship. That requires innovation, technology. I'm in post-harvest management, and I challenge them that, you know what, have you talked to, because if we are going to have research that is relevant, that is required, then we have to co-create that knowledge, isn't it? We have to work with the people who need that knowledge to co-create. In fact, in that meeting, I told them, My department alone, which is plant science, we have over 200 graduate students. In that meeting, I had brought 7 who do not have research projects. Yes, and I told them, these students would love to work with you because it's money issues, to co-create the product that you need for the industry. So what am I saying? We are, as research institutions, okay, unlike Cairo, who have bilateral arrangements, sometimes they get direct grants with bilateral partners. We in the universities have to compete. And we have to, most of the research that I know going on in most of our universities is actually donor funded, okay? So we, a call comes out and we compete for it. The research agenda has been set by somebody else. But you see us, we're in the business of doing research. So we'll compete, generate the research that the donor wanted, and we graduated, we publish papers because that's what we do. But if government, if we were to develop research output that is required, is about funding. Do we have research priorities? Yes. If we had research priorities, put out calls out there. We can generate, whether there are varieties, where there are technologies that are needed for whatever, because that is the capacity we have as public institution. So my challenge to us here is, hey, they say, the universities are doing their thing, they are publishing papers. So if you don't talk to us, if we don't work together, co-create that knowledge, that research, how are you going to blame us for doing research that is useless? It can't be useless, because that's what the private sector sometimes say, these universities are just doing, you are not talking to us. Talk to us. Tell us what you want. Let us co-create that research. And then it's a win-win game, right? Thank you.
Okay. Just
Thank you very much.
a minute or two, please.
Yes, 1 minute on. I just want to assure us that the challenge that we've been having associated with the lack of organizational framework to address research is currently being addressed through, and I want to back the lady who is talking about the bottom-up dimension, because the government, it has actually advised all organizations that are engaged with agriculture to now create bottom-up driven data sourcing initiatives. And we are currently, through the Presidential Economic Transformation Secretariat, creating a framework of data sourcing at the grassroots that will advise research through open data. And we'll actually be getting to you with that dimension, so that in future we may actually be changing the discourse. Thank you.
Excellent, great. I think we had a broad participation here now. Let me just say a few words and then I get back to the panel. 3 minutes each with some concrete ideas of how we can promote the science policy interface. First of all, I personally agree with the farmer's statement. In fact, I do some farming here in Kenya as well on a very small scale. We have some chicken at home. We have a small hydroponics farm. And we are now starting to look into insect farming as a bit of a hobby. So I fully agree that it's good to be close to the ground and know what we are all talking about. We heard a lot from the lot of research that's going on from the university, from the Science and Technology Research Institute, but there is an issue of funding. I think that is true. We can't expect a lot of innovations and supply of research with limited funding. We heard about the regional dimension, which is obviously very important, not only for trade, but also for data. I mean, there could be a lot of synergies in data. The ASAL areas indeed are also under-researched. There are data issues. The good news is that KIPRA will be organizing a conference in Kilifi in June, where ASALs are a key component. And we have been asked to look into health, nutrition, food security trends in the ASAL areas. The problem is there is very little data. A lot of that data that's out there is simply not representative for ASAL areas. So I fully agree that more needs to be done. And that's what I have for now. And I would like to give our panel the chance to come up with some concrete ideas for the way forward. And maybe we start to the left.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the contribution also from the audience. I think adds on to what we need to improve. Just a few points. As I said in the morning, I think we need to, as government, together with our development partners and other stakeholders, we need to look into how we can strengthen the research fund. Because funding of research in this country is a major issue. I think what the researchers get from the consolidated fund, it's less than 1%. I think it's about 0.2%. And that goes into paying salaries only. So that is an area that we may need to look at. We have also developed the National Agricultural Research Systems Policy. That policy, my predecessor worked together with the various research institutions, and it went all the way to the cabinet level for approval. Unfortunately, that cabinet is no longer there. And therefore, one of the things that we'll be looking at as a ministry is to see how the NAS policy can be approved by the current cabinet, so that once this is approved, I'm told it has a lot of good areas that can guide us in all issues about research. Issues of research and development are well captured within that policy. We also try to follow up again. We have we had developed a policy on the National Agriculture and Livestock Extension Policy, which was developed before devolution. We have recently developed what we are calling the Kenya Agricultural Sector Extension Policy. It also went to the former cabinet. What we'll try also is to see that this policy is also approved at the cabinet level, so that it also helps us in improving our extension system to ensure that technologies and innovations developed by research get to the end users. I also want maybe to mention that there is one area I think we may need to do much better. We have developed breeds, we have developed seeds. But one area we have not done very well in terms of research is what I would call product development, the area of processing and value addition. Maybe I know some institutions, for example, the University of Nairobi, for many years, they have developed, I think it's yogurt. When you go to Jomo Kenyatta University, there are many products that have been developed. But what we need to look at is how can these products also, what are the linkages between the research institutions and our universities with the private sector, so that some of these products cannot, because many of them you can only access them when you visit the universities, isn't it? We would like those products probably to get into our supermarket so that they are available to many people. My last point is that I was recently very encouraged to see the open days that were organized by Caro in all the institutes. And that gives an opportunity to producers, to other stakeholders, to get to know the research technologies and innovations that have been developed. Because creating awareness and giving people an opportunity to get information is very, very important. We would want to probably see how more people can be involved. How can CARO also involve the other research institutions, including the CGIRs, during those open days so that we are able to disseminate information, we are able to create more awareness about the technologies and innovations that are available in our research centers. Mine, I've just come in, moderator, and my PS is here. I'm about 3 days in the office of acting secretary. Unfortunately, I'm being given this opportunity to serve in research and innovation, but I wish it was much earlier because I have about a year to retire, but I'll do my best within that one. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think moving forward, I'll stick to 3 points. So I think point number 1 is that we can improve on these really in supporting these data sourcing working groups to ensure that we're leveraging all of the data that's out there. And I think it's very important to not only include research and the public sector, but also the private sector, because the private sector is sitting on a lot of data and they're, excuse me, and the private sector is also one of the main beneficiaries of data. So I would say we should improve on these data sourcing working groups that Dr. Guy is already working on, and also incorporate the international researchers into this, because I do think within the CG, but also other international researchers have a lot to offer, and also experiences from other areas that can help accelerate these developments. So the second point is on researchers making their research more relevant, and this will take a look at. This means we need to take a look at how we incentivize researchers. So as an international researcher, we write to many different audiences. When I design a study, I have to communicate to donors. I have to communicate to an international audience. I have to communicate to international academia, to national audiences, to private sector, and getting pulled in all of these different directions. Decisions have to be made on relevance and relevance for whom. And so I think rethinking some of these incentives, if we're incentivizing our researchers to publish, well, guess who the audience is going to be? It's going to be the academic journals, not the government. So if we can incentivize researchers more to do policy relevant research, which is not always the same as academically relevant research, this can go a long way. Yep, and then I think the third point is on really bringing people together to continue to bring academics and researchers together. And one of the difficulties is policy decisions are often made quickly and implementation is done without consultation from the research. And to design good research around the policy, it needs to be thought of at the very beginning. And so including research from the beginning of policy conception through policy design, through implementation is critical, because if a policy is implemented and then we consult the researchers, well, did this work? Well, we didn't have time to set up the data systems to make sure that it worked, or to set up our research design to evaluate the policy. So if research is not included at the very beginning, it's very difficult to come in at the end and say, well, this policy worked or it didn't work, and here are the areas of improvement. Yep. So I hand over the microphone. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have a couple of things to impress upon. I observe the PS has gone out, but I think he has his representatives here. So some of the issues that we will want to focus on, I will ask them to pick up. First, public financing versus development partners, financing and so on. We know this has been an issue. And like Jane knows, you know, they said long time ago, whoever calls the piper calls the tune. So, you know, scientists cannot be begrudged for looking at other sides, okay? And so the only way that should be there is really to increase the public sector financing of research. I know attempts have been made, Malabo Declaration, Maputo Declaration, now Malabo Declaration. I don't know, 2% of agricultural budget should be devoted to research. I don't think we are anywhere near there, you know, in terms of that funding. So I think that is something that we may need to look at critically. Secondly, the National Agricultural Research System policy, again, it's something, I'm afraid to mention this one. I think the document that was reviewed was last worked on in 2012. So the reviewed one is the one that is still stuck somewhere. That is something that needs to be, you know, fast-tracked so that some of these issues that we're discussing here can be taken on board. So maybe the research, people should look at that in terms of moving it forward. Then in terms of going forward with research, agriculture has been devolved. And so the county governments and county government personnel must really start playing their role in this setup. Because as it said, you know, the research really should be starting at the bottom there. And given that perspective that we're taking on development planning, it's important for the county governments also to start looking at, you know, which are the research areas. And I'm sure this is the challenge that, you know, we have at the county government, and the CECs are here. You know, if you ask a simple question, you know, how many researchable questions have come from the county governments, or issues for that matter? You know, I'm sure my friend Kiringai will be hard pressed to look at this one. And especially those ones that actually impact on policy, you know, because, you know, there are all these issues that are there. And we did work some time on some of these issues, especially on coordination and so on, you know, intergovernmental forum and those kind of things, just to bring these things together. Unfortunately, those were mainly on the management side. The research side, I don't think we moved that, you know, that conversation beyond where it is right now. So county governments are important in this. Now, how do you formulate the research agenda? I know there have been various ways, the cracks and at Calro and so on. That is fine. But for policy, we may need it to go a step further and say, look, can we task the PS or the PSS or the CSS? When they have researchable agendas, can they then have a means of, you know, conveying that agenda to the researchers, so that that research finding that comes out of there will be relevant? I know there'll be issues because we know the way public sector works. You know, you wake up one morning and you need something and you need it quick. That is not the way research works. You have to investigate, you have to do some work on it before you get the results. So if you anticipate you're going to have an issue, you know, convey it much earlier so that you can get the thing done. But basically the idea would be, can we separate, you know, even for us researchers, can we separate? And this is what we did at Tegemeo at the time we were there, that we can have long-term research, which informs the long-term perspectives, and we have short-term research or researches that actually respond to the day-to-day issues of the government. I think that is one element that we need to organize so that we can be able to be relevant to the public sector. Now, on the last one, like I said, we scientists are sometimes a little bit shy of some of these things, but I think it is reaching that point where we have to have some framework for science policy interface. Can we have an institution that can bring this conversation onto the table that every now and then, like this, we have a food systems conference, I'm yet to have a situation where we have a policy conference. I don't think I've heard of that ever. Okay. And yet the key things that drive some of these things are policy. So if, and again, moderator, you'll excuse me for this one, we have been in this game. A basic thing for us researchers. How far do we go? We simply say, at the end of our papers, we write policy implications. I mean, policy implications, what does it exactly mean? We have to start interrogating ourselves. Can we look at, if it is possibly policy implication, which policy does it speak to? Which areas need to be tweaked? If it is legislation, which one, basically trying to make sure that what we are doing is relevant directly to the policymakers. So that if we have a paper like what was presented on food safety and so on, we can single out key things that will speak to the major policy issues and say, this is this particular policy, this is particular legislation, this is this particular, and then the policymakers will have an easier time to deal with. But the key thing is that we need that science policy interface where we can have an institutional framework where the policymakers can, pass their requests to us, and we can pass our findings to them in a much more synthesized way. Moderator, I can go on and on. We have been in this business for long, and we have witnessed some of the changes that have taken place. Unfortunately, the changes are not enough. We still have to undergo more changes in order to support this. Bwana PS, if I just repeat for your sake, I just mentioned that in terms of the policy research agenda, we need a situation where policymakers also can sit down and say, these are our policy issues, and pass them on to the researchers to investigate and to do research on. That way we will get much more relevant output to you as policymakers than if we sit down and just do our own research agenda, which does not inform policy. So there are other things that I've talked about. I think your representative will convey to you. Thank you very much, moderator.
Okay. Thank you. So I think the panel agrees that a science policy dialogue is an important thing. One option could be to take this conference as a starting point. We hope that the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development could play a leading role, but we also had a lot of other stakeholders, private sector, NGOs, other ministries, universities, etc., that should all be involved. And I can say from the CGIAR, National Policies and Strategies Initiative, also IFPRI and other centers will be very happy to continue work this way with all of you. Now, I have a confession to make also. I promised to myself I will never sit on a panel which is very gender imbalanced. I have to say I miserably failed today. So hopefully next time around, we'll have many more ladies here on the panel. And with that, I thank you all for your attention, the panelists for your excellent contributions. Also, once again, to the organizers for organizing such an amazing event. And with that, I'd like to hand it back over to my colleague, Joseph Karugia. Thank you very much. Asante sana.
Yeah, thank you very much, Clemens, for that session. Distinguished participants, you will agree with me that it's been very exciting 1 3/4 days so far. And we have had a very engaging interactions since yesterday. We still have 3 important sessions. We have the marketplace, which is about bringing the different partners represented here to talk about current and future demand research dimension, talk about partnerships and how we will continue to engage depending on our different interests beyond this conference. We have a session that will be presided over by our chief guest today, Principal Secretary Harry Kimtai, on closing remarks, and then the lunch. All very important, right? And because the discussions have been very exciting, I think we have overrun the program to some extent. So we are like, you know, over an hour late. I would like, therefore, to propose as follows. We will close, if you like, the session that's happening inside, and therefore have the PS close the session. Then we will go outside to the booths where the exhibitions are happening, interact with the people there, with our partners. We're hoping, because we announced this yesterday, that you have already had a good idea of what's going on and you know who you want to talk to, who you would like to interact with, and you are welcome to interact with everybody. And then choose whether to go for lunch and come back, or interact, then go for lunch and close. We have agreed, and excuse me for those who are still inside, those who are exhibiting, but they're in here. What we have agreed is that we extend a little bit. The session was to end at 2, but we can go up to 3:30, depending on interest, right? So there's time to do lunch and the exhibition, but we won't be coming back in for the closing remarks. Do we agree with that? Okay, maybe I ask it differently. Any objections? Okay, so no objections. Very good. Now, in that case, then let's do move on to the closing. But appreciate that Mr. Harry Kimtai was not with us yesterday when we got introduction. So we want to do 2-minute introduction, just like we did yesterday, probably faster, so that you know who is here. Not individuals. We did it in 2 minutes. So first, I would like to acknowledge the presence of county executive committee members from a number of counties. But I think those ones can say their name and the county they come from for your benefit.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Edward Sawe. I'm the CCM for Agriculture, Agribusiness, Livestock and Fisheries from Uasin Gishu County. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming, Mr. Sawe.
Okay, thank you. I'm Waziri Rosabet from Bomet County, Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries and Cooperatives. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We know each other, Ali, but you didn't know that I'm a CCM. Kirigai Kamau, CCM Muranga.
Thank you, CC Muranga. I know we had Kiplimo Arap Lagat, who introduced himself. He's from Nandi County, but he had to leave. We also had CC Narok and CC Taita Taveta. Unfortunately, they have had to leave. So we had good representation from the county leadership. The next group I'd like to quickly just stand up and wave representatives from the national government. Thank you. Representatives from the counties as well, at least, yeah, please. Yeah, counties. We had some from Nairobi. The Nairobi County. Yes, please. Yes. Thank you. Those from our research institutions, universities. Absolutely. And there were many more yesterday. Representatives from the private sector, including farmers, organizations, I think they are private sector too. Colleagues from the CGIAR centers. Fantastic. So well represented. And the media, representatives of the media. Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. I may have missed a category. I'm not sure I have, but did I leave you out? Please stand up if I missed you. Oh, yes. Our friend from ECOWAS. Of course. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think we haven't missed anybody now. So I would like to do the following. Because once Harry speaks, I'm not sure I'm allowed to say anything. So, and I know that's how things are, isn't it? So what I would like to do first is to thank everybody who has made time. Don't take this as asking you to leave, but because I wouldn't have a chance. Thank you for making time to be here. This conference would not have been as successful if you were not there. We had excellent participation, engagement, and if we continue this way, Mr. PS, I can assure you, you will see changes in our food system. This engagement, these contributions, and then acting on these contributions, there will be changes. I thank our colleagues from the ministry. We had a committee. I think I will ask those who are in the organizing committee to just stand up, please. Both from the ministry and from the CGIAR. Those are representing, it was a committee of about 12. Some are not here today, but they were here yesterday for organizing the conference. We have colleagues that have put the notes together. All the nice presentations, and including the one I made this morning, was put together by a team from the CGIAR colleagues, and they are sitting over there. We appreciate you. We appreciate the hotel for hosting us, for providing excellent facilities, for connecting us with the world. We had good presentation for 2 days online, and I appreciate the colleagues online who are still online for being here. Those who have provided equipment and other services, thank you very much. And finally, I think I appreciate the government representatives from yesterday, PS Kello Hasama, for opening the conference on behalf of the Cabinet Secretary, representation from Egerton, from private sector, from the CGIAR, and gracing this conference. And the very, very last appreciation I have is for Mr. Harry Kimtai, the Principal Secretary, Livestock Development, for his time since morning. I think we have had the best time. We really appreciate that you could spend time with us, but also engage with us, give us guidance on how to proceed from here. Appreciation for your insights. And our appeal to you, as you said, this needs to be a continuous process, is to find time to encourage us, to interact with us, to continually engage, so that what we have come up with here doesn't end on the shelves as we have been accused of, that it really gets us moving, developing the platforms we talked about, implementation arrangements, and ensuring that we reach those who have to take actions as we developed them today to actually impact the food systems here. And it's now my pleasure to invite PS Harry Kimtai to close the workshop for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think we've had an interaction, but let me just do the honors of giving my last remarks in closing this workshop, which to me has been very successful. Just having engaged with you for a few minutes, and I regret that maybe I should have started yesterday. Well, I've carried a lot, but I so believe with the recommendations that you've put across, that should be handed over to the ministry for us now as policymakers to carry on from there. So, ladies and gentlemen, I also want to bring greetings and apologies from my colleague, the Principal Secretary, the State Department for National Planning, Mr. James Muhati. He was supposed to be with us here, but because of other duties, he sent his apologies and will also wish to get the recommendations. That is a message that he has told me. So I believe the organizers of this meeting will forward the recommendations to him as well, because as a Principal Secretary, State Department for Planning, some of these things need to be put in our MTEF plan or MTP4 that we are now concluding. So it is really important that we carry forward from there as well. And that's the way you will not see this recommendation remaining in the shelves. And I also want to appreciate the presence of the CECs from the different counties who are here. That means that where the actions will take place, being the owners, you're really well represented here. The panelists that I joined, let me also thank you for that insight in regard to issues of food systems and the private sector participant, specifically Agatha Duo from ASNET, who also gave us an insight on what the role of the private sector is all about. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Kenya's development path has been disrupted by several shocks which are reversing the years of progress in achieving the social, economic, and environmental objectives. The COVID-19 pandemic and the Ukraine-Russia war have had severe impacts on the global and Kenya food systems. The year 2020 was a breaking point for the Kenyan food economy. Years of steady decline in poverty rates has reversed. Droughts and locusts have plunged the country in recent years, particularly the arid and semi-arid areas, leaving an estimated 4.0 million people in need of assistance. And specifically, the Ukraine-Russia war has led to historic inflation for food, fuel, and fertilizer prices, further putting pressure on the food systems and increasing poverty in the country. Growing budget constraints limit the government's ability to support the economy and people, necessitating the removal of the fuel subsidies and exacerbating the rising cost of living. The fiscal space to continue with other subsidies, such as those on fertilizer and maize meal, has shrunk considerably. In this regard, in addition to this global crisis, Kenya's rapid urbanization and population growth imply increased urban food demand, longer supply chains, and increasing rural inequality. All this at a time that food production and productivity has stalled, and the health diets are unaffordable to many. The climate crisis is further aggravating these challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, the government of Kenya, together with its partners, are working hard to find evidence-based solutions to these short and long-term challenges. For example, the CGR, through the national policies and strategies, initiatives, and together with the Kenyan partners such as KIPRA and others, has supported the government of Kenya with the joint assessments of the impacts of the Ukraine war and studies on the expected benefits of implementing the bottom-up economic plan. Ladies and gentlemen, the longer term challenges also need urgent attention, and the government is continually looking for solutions to address them. The first Kenya Food Systems Conference, co-organized with the CGI National Policies and Strategies Initiative, has therefore been a very timely and welcome development. The questions that you address, such as how can affordable and accessible agri-financing be provided? What are the available climate smart solutions that will increase food production and security? How can the chronic market and climate uncertainty in maize and other staple foods supply be addressed? How can the food trade be improved between food surplus and food deficit parts of the country? What are the solutions that can engage the youth and other marginalized groups more in food production and food systems activities? How can food marketing be improved to increase producer prices? And what are the options for opening up arid and semi-arid lands as well for food productions and other food security initiatives? These are very relevant, and your recommendations will go a long way in supporting the government's program and policy responses to addressing the challenges and the implementation of the bottom-up economic transformation plan. Ladies and gentlemen, it is good to see the CGR researchers collaborating with the Kenyan researchers to develop these recommendations and jointly organize a conference with the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development. Indeed, Kenya and CGR have a strong relationship going back many years. CGR has been present in Kenya for a long time. Kenya hosts the International Livestock Research Institute, commonly referred to as ILRI, and is the only center with a livestock-focused mandate. In addition, ILRI also hosts staff of other CGR centers. We have the IFPRI, IRI, CIP, AIT, IITA, and their staff. Some of them are here and some of them are panelists. Others are the Centers for Alliance of Biodiversity, CIAT, CIMIT, ICRISAT, and World Agroforestry is also based in Kenya. That means, as a country, we have an advantage over others in the sense that we are just within the reach of these research institutions, and not only just research institutions, but top class world or global institutions. The government of Kenya encourages continued collaboration to further strengthen the science policy interface between the CGR and the Kenya research partners to continue to co-create research and innovations to address the challenges facing the food, land, and water systems. I urge you to fashion sustainable partnership to not only conduct research and share research findings, but also to develop more permanent science-based dialogue platforms for the dialogue with the users of our research and innovations. You could start by ensuring that this conference, what has been discussed in this conference and recommendations that has come out of this conference, becomes a regular feature, and it's something that we will want to follow up to see that the ministry takes up, and different ministries will have a different responsibilities. Like, for example, now it is really critical to put it in the next MTP4, which will be launched in June. So if your research or your plans have not been captured in the MTEF, it will be very difficult. You will have missed the whole cycle of 5 years to bring your agenda to the table or for the government to budget for it. Because you've got to understand also the government budgeting cycle, and then you fit yourself. I've seen cases where we have very good ideas, but you say we are constrained because of the timelines that you brought these issues. So I think listening to all of you and from the research and academia, I was really impressed, and we need more. I know the research institution, our universities have our students who are eager to take up some of these research challenges or opportunities that are rising. But I think I also want to challenge the universities. The Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development signed an MOU with the universities, but I have not seen this MOU being implemented. I wish you could be coming and engaging and say, what is it there, what we need to do? The State Department for Livestock, for example, has now set its agenda, the livestock research agenda. And we partnered with the Nairobi University to develop our research agenda, which we shall be handing over to the research institutions. Either it's ILRI, either it's our universities, academia, So this is, once we have set our research agenda, then it is what will inform our decision making going forward. So there is need for more interactions between the academia, between the research institutions and the government and the policymakers. Shying away from each other is not going to help our country. I think that is a challenge that I want to leave with you today as I close this workshop. And I therefore want to do the normal thing that we always do all the time. And the most important sentence that we all read all the time, that it is now my pleasure to declare the first Kenya Food System Conference officially open. Thank you and God bless you. I close it officially. All right, so I've done the job. All right.
So if we can all organize ourselves, I think there are about 7, 8 booths. We break into small groups, visit. I'm sure those who have been there will be able to go straight to where they have interest. Is somebody going to tell us where lunch is? Lunch is upstairs, just above us. We'll go up there when ready. But let's go to the booths and let's interact there. Thank you very much. And Mr. Pierce, you're welcome too. Yeah.